371, 30-minute, 203-watt average Emma Lovewell 90s rock ride, okay? They've been slacking a little bit on the 30-minute rides. I had to go back in the catalog a little bit. I like the 90s rock rides, man, but it's too much Everlong, which is a great song. Don't get me wrong. I heard it so freaking much now. Too much. Please. I just never want to hear "Give It Away" by the Red Hot Chili Peppers ever again. Can I get some? Listen, they played "Possum Kingdom" by the Toadies. That's a song that I could do some pedaling to. They played "Tomorrow" by Silverchair. I can do 2.5 minutes out of the saddle at 60 to 70 there. That's a good song. Can I get some like semi-charmed kind of life, baby, baby? Yeah, can I get some my neck, my crack? Lick my something and my something? Pog Crazy featuring Ryan Gary. Okay, let me take a look at this. Yeah, sure. Well, let's just add that one right there. I think it'll become one of those Twitch streamers that just has like a billion better Twitch TV emotes. There it is. Look at that. Can you believe it? He's done it. Have you blown out the crotch on your Lululemons yet? Yes, but listen. I blew out the crotch on one of my Lululemons after about 8 months. And then the second pair of Lululemon ABCs, literally pebcac issue, error between keyboard and chair. I was like putting my leg back into my pants to get dressed, and my heel got stuck in the crotch. But I had already committed to like shooting my leg through the leg hole, so I pushed down with my leg and just fucking shredded them. But the pants are not meant to sustain that sort of sheer force, you know? That one is completely my bad. Are you a robe guy? Not at all. 0%. I'm not a robe guy. Hey, robege. Thanks for the gift of subscriptions. I am a robege guy today. I don't like comfort. I've worked from home for 12 years, roughly, and maybe 11 years. I am wearing my work from home uniform, a collared shirt, well-fitting denim pants, full socks. And they don't the socks do not merely go to the ankle, they go halfway up the shin. Because otherwise when I put on my damn Blundstones, the heel rubs against the skin and then I get a blister, and you get the idea. What would you do if you had the Infinity Gauntlet? Listen, I'm going to use that as a segue because I was in Dan's chat earlier today. The man has in some ways lost his mind, I think, but I appreciate it. I think Dan and I have a very similar sort of content philosophy in some ways, which is to say that I think both Daniel and I just talk and don't really like worry about what we're talking about. And then sometimes you talk yourself into a corner. Like for example, for me, is saying that no game should ever have more than one upgrade mechanic. Every game should just have rocks, and you could pay for things with rocks. You could shove rocks into your weapon to make your weapon stronger. You could shove it into your armor, etc., etc. But then people are like, "What about Elden Ring? It has two," and I'm like, "It would be better if it just had one." Every game should have rocks, Roy. No, that's the thing, because God of War has rocks, Roy. He's hanging off your belt, going, "Come on, Kratos, pick it up, get those knees high." Keep those knees up. Keep those knees up, Kratos. Keep it up. Good hustle. Good hustle. I don't want that. But Dan somehow got himself into a corner saying, imagine if there was like a museum where you just walk through and look at pictures and you could like digest the entire works of Shakespeare just by walking through the museum. And I was like losing my mind. Like, I don't understand. I have so many. We don't need to act like this is a serious argument because it just like it doesn't. It's not worthy of it. But it's like I the idea that there would be value to knowing the rough summary of every Shakespeare play without having to go through that laborious process of actually reading it. It's such like a I've got a new place in the Hollywood Hills sort of way of thinking about reading is like, oh, I've read 1,000 books. I read the Wikipedia synopsis of them. I get it. The 10 Habits of Highly Effective People. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Here's number 11. Don't read an entire book. Just read the Wikipedia synopsis. Like there's obviously value to the play that is beyond just Romeo and Juliet meet, their families don't like each other. Boom, 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 boom. She goes to the apothecary. Boom, boom, boom. She's dead. He's dead. She's not dead. He's dead. You get the idea. And also, who are these people out there that this idea appeals to? People that are like, oh, reading, I hate it. At the same time, I'm curious about this Shakespeare guy. I'd love to watch. I'd love to walk through. I'd love to get in my car, drive to a museum, park, and then walk through a Shakespeare abridged picture book and just see what's going on. Wikipedia, no, not interested. Not interested in what that Jimbo Wales is selling. But I want to know. I don't want to read Infinite Jest, but if I could just have it ambiently enter my cerebral cortex and understand the labyrinthine structure and what David Foster Wallace was trying to do, I'd like it. Hey, I'm Jimmy Wales. I got an email from the Wikimedia Foundation. It said that they've done a really good job of getting your adrenaline up with every email. This email I just popped up on my phone, push notification. This is my last email. ... I go to my Gmail inbox. They said we're not going to ask you for money anymore. Something about that. I'd be surprised. Now, listen, I'm not. I give to the. I don't know if this is the Wikimedia Foundation and Wikipedia are the same thing. I give to Wikipedia, but we're at like 15 years of you asking me for money. I know you're not done asking. Maybe you're going to start demanding. That's a good way to explain it. You gotta give. Shit pisses me off too, because like you go to Wikipedia, you're just looking up like, oh, I wonder what serial killer worldwide has the highest kill count, and then you click on like some dude from Austria, and they're like, oh, just so you know, only 2% of people give. Okay, well, like I'm in the 2%, man. Why are you putting 98% of people onto me? I'm not part of the 98%. I'm part of the 2%. %0 should give? What are you talking about? Wikipedia is like... Okay, the first sentence that came into my head is that Wikipedia is the only good charity. That doesn't make any sense. I don't know why that was the first instinct that I had. But Wikipedia is like a really good resource. Listen, twit longer. When I said that Wikipedia was the only good charity, I might have had a little bit of a blind spot, okay? But Wikipedia is sick, man. I'm not saying you have to give. But like, if Twitter's worth $8, Wikipedia should be like, I don't even know, like $1,000 a month. They should put Wikipedia in a museum. That's so true. And then just have it be like, I can't believe that he tweeted a Where's Waldo photo for that. Like he tweeted a Where's Waldo photo and said, for example, Treasure Island. But like, that's not even, the Where's Waldo picture has nothing to do with Treasure Island except there's a beach. We don't even know if it's an island. Like if you want to get the plot of Treasure Island, without reading Treasure Island, just watch Muppet Treasure Island. It's 126 minutes long or something like that. Not 126 minutes, an hour and 26 minutes long. You get to see who's the actor I'm thinking of who's in Muppet Treasure Island? Is Michael Caine in Muppet Treasure Island? And no, Tim Curry. Tim Curry. So true. And Billy Connolly. I forgot Billy Connolly's in that. Michael Caine's in a Muppet Christmas Carol. I saw that in theaters, man. Can you believe that? Tim Curry, my beloved. Space! We'll go to the one place not... I don't know why it's Arnold Schwarzenegger. The one place not corrupted by capitalism. Space! It is great. Sorry, I watched Total Recall last night. So I've got Arnold on the brain. Get your ass to Mars. Get your ass to Mars. Get your ass to Mars. Hello, Quaid. Get your ass to Mars. Anyway, that's all I got. That's all I got. Oh. Saddest part about getting old is that you've seen all the good movies. Now, if anything, they're making like more of them now than they did back when I was a kid, honestly. When I was the 90s were like a kind of a cool period for movies, especially for like semi-original blockbusters. It feels weird to say it, but like Jurassic Park. In 1994 or 1993, that probably seemed like a huge risk, right? Whoa, a fucking $200 million movie about dinosaurs? Okay, whatever. Hey, Handsome Pantsum. I saw the call out, Handsome Pantsum. I saw the call out. With CGI, I know. But like, if you know, the early 2000s were like a horrible period for movies, in my opinion. And that was a period when I was like 12 years old. I have like anti-nostalgia. Every movie was like, Jake Busey wants to fuck, but his girlfriend wants to get married. This movie's called the Jake Busey Fuck Fest. You cannot watch this shit 20 years later. It is like actually offensive. And yet we're going to stream it into your brain as an impressionable 12-year-old and be like, this is what it's like to be 25 in the year 2000. And I'm like peep-o-geeing in the audience. Oh, okay. Peep-o-gee. How about that? Some motherfuckers are always trying to ice skate uphill. For sure. Without a doubt. Please do not erase Europe. It's like the #1 quiz. I don't know if people just hate Europe. Every day on Sporkle, the #1 quiz is like, erase Europe. European no borders minefield. I almost said Minefeld, like, boom. What's the deal with no man's land? It's called no man's land. Why would I, a man, go there? And why do they make them so small? Let me get this straight. You want me, a man, to go into no man's land? Make it make sense, George. Jerry in the First World War? Jerry, it's the war to end all wars. Jerry! It's the Christmas truce, Jerry. Giddy up. Anyway, sorry. I'm just looking for a quiz. Surely there'll be some more wars. No more wars, Jerry! No wars! This is the war to end all wars! George's love interest seeing his rotted foot. I was in the trench! This is not really funny. This is pretty messed up. Honestly, big ups to like my great-grandparents and everybody from that generation for like doing that for me. I appreciate that. It's kind of horrific. Anyway. Sorry. Remembrance Day was 5 days ago. That's true. But I honored it by taking it off. Listen, it's just I'm not. It actually. Listen, I take it with some serious, with the melancholy and macabre nature that it deserves. I listen to a lot of podcasts. Okay, I'm just saying. I'm gonna take my day off. Wary Dromedary, thanks for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you. Hey, how about this? Movie by Laugh. I could try that. Movie by Laugh. When is God of World War I coming out? You know what's crazy? They'll never make a God of World War I, but they would make a God of World War II. Where's my World War I video game? I get that people. Well, here's the thing: is people like act like it would be so boring. They think that World War I was like 700 years ago. Oh, yeah, World War I. That sounds like a lot of fun. You shoot your musket and then spend 90 seconds reloading it, and you're like, that's not even what it was. Listen, World War I starts. You'd be wearing bright orange clothes, and you would ride a horse into battle. You would get mowed down by a machine gun and then realize, we're not in Kansas anymore. That could be like the Medal of Honor battlefield opening. That could be like Saving Private Ryan, man. Thank you. I was on my rant. That boy Smarmy. That boy Smarmy, thank you for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you. Is today pretend that Battlefield 1 doesn't exist? Oh, I don't know video games, honestly. That's just I've never played a single Battlefield, even 42. I'm telling you. I swear to God, I'm a just chatting guy. What is it? It's 9:21. Holy cow! Okay, /marker, Sporkle. All right, we're doing Sporkle quizzes for a little bit today. Here, let me get you started. This is can you name the movie based on its laugh? Okay. I can sort of name. Oh wait, okay. No, I thought I would have to type it in. Listen, this is a bad start. The Matrix Revolutions. This is where Agent Smith says, "Me, me, 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 me," and then he laughs. Beverly Hills Cop, Batman. I'm looking for Jack Nicholson. There he is. Robots. I couldn't tell you. I'm going to assume that it's the CGI one. Spider-Man. Perhaps looking for the green... Oh, no, not the Green Goblin. That's J.K. Simmons. Cape Fear. That's Robert De Niro. Constantine. I'm looking for a little Keanu Reeves, perhaps. Look at this. Look at this guy. I told you. Anyway, Constantine. Are you the devil from Constantine? I'm thinking about that right now. Revenge of the Nerds is right here. The Shining. The Money Pit, I don't know it. Fight Club, that's this one. Inglourious Bastards, The Princess Bride, The Dark Knight, Pretty Woman, Aladdin. You can't really see it. I promise you that's Aladdin. Leon, The Professional, Back to the Future, Crispin Glover. I time travel from my life. Planet of the Apes, Baby's Day Out, an all-time classic. Ace Ventura, Pet Detective. That would be this one. What is this Ben Kingsley, Bobby Lee joint? Is this Iron Man 3? What movie has Ben Kingsley and Bobby Lee from Mad TV? We'll find out. It's The Dictator. Yeah, okay. Austin Powers, of course. Jaws. Constantine, The Money Pit. Yeah, that makes sense. You gave the money to Beneke. Okay, that quiz was too easy. I'm sorry. Quiz was too simple. Quick pick, roguelike video games. Can you do this one? Oh, come on, man. This is too They didn't even put the pictures in it. You're only supposed to blow the bloody doors off. We got Rogue Legacy, Risk of Rain 2. It's probably called As Your Dreams. FTL, Faster Than Gungeon. The Binding of Isaac, Darkest Dungeon, Vampire Survivors, Dragon Fin Soup, Dead Cells, Crypt of the Necrodancer, Enter the Gungeon, Slay the Spire, Nuclear Throne, Shireen the Wanderer, As Your Dreams. Okay, wow. That's average score is 75%. If you don't get 100% on that and you're doing game suggestions in chat, to thine own self be true. By the way, someone was asking me what was the last time I bat chested unironically. I think it was when Banquo put on the Infinity Gauntlet and snapped half of Dunsinane. I was like, whoa! I was like, out, damn spot. I was like, brevity is the soul of wit. You know what I mean? Been workshopping that one. I don't want to go off on a rant or whatever, but okay. This is a simple one, okay? The United Kingdom Venn diagram. Unicorn is the national animal. I'm going to say that's Wales only. Borders one other constituent country. Does Wales border Scotland? Does Scotland border Wales and part of Ireland? I'm going to say it's Scotland, Wales. He's crazy. Largest and most populated is England. Borders Ireland. Scotland? Scotland only. Scotland and Scotland and England. None of them. I didn't know I could click on that. I thought that was just part of the background. Larger than Northern Ireland. All of them. Known as Simru in regional language. I'm going to say that's England and Scotland. Flag is in the Union Jack. Scotland and England. Capital is the largest city. England and Wales. 63. Okay, we didn't do very well there. I think I don't know what a Venn diagram is. How about Venn diagram? Which World Cup? The Webb Ellis Cup is awarded to the winner. Webb Ellis? That sounds like a rugby guy. Australia has won the most titles. None. What? Australia's won more Cricket World Cups than India, Pakistan, England, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh. That's crazy. I didn't even know they played cricket. Netherlands has qualified. I'm going to say that is soccer and rugby. Inaugural edition after the Second World War. Let's go FIFA. No. Conducted in even years. FIFA rugby. No country from Africa has ever participated. That's none. Japan has been a host. FIFA rugby. England has been a winner. All three. Congrats to England. With God as my witness, I did not know Australia was good at cricket. I would have assumed they're better than Canada. Don't get me wrong. I would not have assumed that they were the best in the world. Here we go. Can you click the portion of the Dr. Seuss mashup that mashes with the right character name? I have been reading a lot of Dr. Seuss lately. Okay, the Grinch is this guy right here. I'll admit to you, I do not know Yertle the Turtle and other stories, so we're gonna have to stall just a bit on that one. Fox in Socks, that would be this right here. The Lorax is I think the Lorax is a mustache. Knox from Fox in Socks, I don't know. Horden from Horden Here's a Who, that's a trunk. Cindy Lou Who from How the Grinch Stole Christmas, that's gonna be a bow. Thing One from The Cat in the Hat. These are like little tiny dudes who fuck shit up in your house when your parents are at work. But I don't know. I think it's maybe like, I mean, that doesn't look like, I mean, it's the hair, I guess. The hair is Thing One, Thing Two. Sam I Am is holding the green eggs and ham. The Cat in the Hat. Marvin K. Mooney, will you please go now? You just look like someone I would ask to leave. Yertle the Turtle, Knox, and Marvin K. Mooney. I think you're Marvin. I think you're Yertle. I think you're. I don't even know what else is available to click on. Oh, this right here, Knox. Okay, listen, 91%. Not bad. Not bad. This does look like something that H.P. Lovecraft could not describe. Me going to a cave in Antarctica that's recently been opened up due to melting ice caps, walking in and seeing something completely indescribable. If H.P. Lovecraft existed in 2022, all of his books would be like, it's like a fucking octopus fucked a cockroach. It looked like a fucking... Can you imagine H.P. Lovecraft going on Bill Burr's podcast? This shit was so fucking ugly. It looked like a fucking squid skull fucked a fucking platypus. It was almost indescribable. It was some kind of undescribable color, sort of like a purple, like a shimmering purple sort of thing. Anyway, author mashup. No, I can't do this. This is the worst thing I've ever seen. Yeah, I can't. Listen, you're Charles Dickens. Never mind. All right, I can't do this. Get this off of my screen. I do see George R.R. Martin, though. Can you determine if the album cover matches its given track list? I think I got a shot. Well, like, listen, I don't know the order of tracks on 10. But this is 10 for sure by Pearl Jam. Wait, that's not the 10. Oh, fuck. Wait, maybe I can't do this. I feel like this is not right because there's 11 songs. Wrong. I should have gone with my instinct. This is the track list for sure. It starts Secondhand News. That's a gimme. Hootie and the Blowfish. I've never listened to an album. I'm going to assume this is a no, though, because we've had 2 yeses. All right? Eminem, the Marshall Mathers LP. Can you get all these F words off my screen, please? I'm going to assume this is a no, because we've had 3 yeses. Appetite for Destruction has Welcome to the Jungle on it, so I'm going to say yes. Beastie Boys, this is License to Ill. I'm going to say this is a no. I'm insane. Boys to Men, I have no idea. I have absolutely no clue. I'm going to say yes. Hey, get this off the screen. We go through this every time with the Nirvana. They should have done a censored Nirvana album cover. My Sense and Sensibilities, man. Okay, No Fences. This is going to sound crazy. I feel like my parents had this album, okay? But I feel like Thunder Rolls is not on No Fences. I feel like it's on an album where Garth Brooks is wearing a blue and black striped shirt. And he's like holding his belt. So I'm going to say no. That was incorrect. This is Led Zeppelin 4. This is correct. I have absolutely no idea. This is a Metallica album. It's called Snake. I'm going to say no. This is The Wall. It doesn't have The Wall on it, so I'm going to say no. Yo, this is it. This is the exact track list, man. There's never been a more perfect start to a 90s female rock album than this. All I Really Want, it even starts with almost like a fade in and then then it immediately cranks it up even further with You Oughta Know. And then Perfect, they just bring it back a little bit. But Hand in My Pocket, it's you get a brief little respite on the top of the mountain, and then right through you cranks up the intensity again. Anyway, this is right. They did have You Oughta Know on it twice for some reason. The Notorious B.I.G. Ready to Die starts with Life After Death. Let me hit you with a yes on that one. That's incorrect. Beatles' White Album. Yep, that's definitely correct. Wrong. What happened? Did I not look at? Hey, get off the screen! Get off the screen! Okay, how about don't judge a movie by its poster? Okay, I can do this. That's, oh, you're right, that's Abbey Road, the White Album is, she's so heavy. Okay, slash marker, Sporkle post Nirvana. You never seen someone more scared of a naked baby? You should have seen me opening my email inbox in 1997 and hearing ooga chaka, ooga, ooga, ooga chaka. Can you determine if each movie poster matches the given plot summary? When Tony Stark jumpstarts a dormant a dormant peacekeeping program, things go terribly for him, forcing him, Thor, and the Incredible Hulk, and the rest of the Avengers to reassemble. That's the plot to Age of Ultron, not Infinity War. NASCAR superstar at the top of his game, adored by his fans, but he loses it when French Formula One champion Jean Girard roars onto the screen. That's the plot of Talladega Nights, not Days of Thunder. It does look like the title is Cruise. Over the course of 10 days in 1969, nice, an infantry squad led by Lieutenant France, composed of both seasoned troops and new recruits, attempts to take a hill during Vietnam. They deal with the psychological stresses of the war. This sounds like MASH, so I'm hitting no. Several Midwestern teenagers fall prey to Freddy Krueger. Hold on, I'm just trying to keep my cat from going into the wires. Wait a minute. This is a yes. This is Nightmare on Elm Street. That's a given. Troubled that he has little access to his children, divorced Daniel Hillard hatches an elaborate plan. He dresses as an older woman and convinces his ex-wife to hire him as a nanny. Okay, this is a problem for me because this is the plot of Mrs. Doubtfire. But isn't Mrs. Doubtfire also like the plot of Tootsie? But I'm going to say no. Actor Rick Dalton, I'm going to say yes on that one. Leonardo DiCaprio, when he sees the poster for the movie Once Upon a Time in Hollywood with Leonardo DiCaprio, that's Leonardo DiCaprio. This is a correct. Indiana Jones is in constant peril. Yeah, I'd say that's Raiders of the Lost Ark. Roy McAvoy was a golf pro with a bright future. Now working as a golf instructor, he falls for his newest pupil, Dr. Molly Griswold. He decides to make a run for the PGA Tour as well as Molly's heart. I think that's a yes. Casino. Low-level mobster Sam Rothstein gets tapped by the bosses to head the Tangiers Casino. At first, he's a great success in his job, but his problems with his loose cannon enforcer Nikki Santoro, his hustler ex-wife Ginger, and her con artist ex Lester Diamond. This is yes. I've seen Casino. Life is beautiful. That's the plot to It's a Wonderful Life. That's wrong. It's the easiest quiz of my life. Casino's good. Casino's it's an underrated Scorsese. How about don't judge a movie by its poster too? Can you find the Imposter movie cast? Okay, remind me of that next time. Actually, you know what? Let's do it right now. This is too easy. Find the Imposter. Find the Imposter. Can you find the Marx Brothers? I can't find the quiz. Quick pick, Brooklyn 99 character hunt. Find the Marx Brothers and avoid the imposters. Imposter movie cast. Those Among Us jokers are not joking, man. It's hard to find the imposter. Hold on, I think I found it. Movie imposters. Can you click the actor or actress that was not in this movie? That's so much harder than the ones that were in the movie. The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly did not have John Wayne. Avatar did not have Seth Green, but it might have his Bored Ape. Patrick Stewart was not in Lord of the Rings. Bryan Cranston was not in The Dark Knight. Here's the thing, okay? Bryan Cranston could have been in The Dark Knight, but Christian Bale could never have broken bad. Never forget that. Sam Rockwell was not in The Shawshank Redemption. He would have been literally like 11 years old. Samuel L. Jackson, not in The Matrix. Although at the end of the movie, when if they did a post-credit scene where he showed up and was like, Niobe, we need you to go back into the Matrix. I would have been like, bat chest. Winona Ryder is not in Fight Club. Goodfellas does not have Al Pacino. The Usual Suspects does not have Willem Dafoe. This is too simple. Schindler's List does not have Meryl Streep. Pulp Fiction does not have Morgan Freeman. Maggie Q is not in Inception. Jet Li is not in Rogue One. Walk the Line. This is a tough one for me. I'm going to assume that Betty White was not in Walk the Line. And then Diane Keaton was not in the motherfucker. I got to see the damn Godfather, dude. Why are they putting the Godfather on every single quiz? Just watch it? No, this shit is like 9 hours long. It starts with like a 25-minute long slow pan of some jerk's wedding. You know, Guardians of the Galaxy starts with an incredible heist from Star-Lord on the planet Vormir. And then it's got that cool credits scene where, like, he puts his headphones on and Come and Get Your Love plays. And he's come and get your love, come and get your love, come and get your love. And he's kicking the aliens out of the way and dancing from rock to... Snoozers of the Galaxy, what are you talking about? That's a classic, man. How about Movie by Villain's Car? That seems like an insane quiz. Well, I'll tell you straight up. I have absolutely no idea because this is in black and white. It says copyright 1977 Universal Pictures. I could not tell you who's driving that. Cruella de Vil. 1958 Plymouth Fury. I have no idea, man. Holy cow. This guy's toasted, though. This is Death Proof. Flip Car. This is Death Race? What the hell is Flip Car? Is this Mad Max? It does look... Isn't this the one at BattleBots? Here's my impression of every BattleBots episode, okay? Our robot is called Crusher. We made a sledgehammer with a diamond tip pick on the top of it. It can crack through solid bulletproof glass. Then it goes into the ring against like some robot that's called like Flippy. And they kind of like drive at each other. And then Flippy goes thump. And then the one with the sledgehammer just flips over. And we spend 3 minutes just watching it go. Just like they can't seem to get Crusher to get back on his wheels. You know what was a sick but simple BattleBot, though? Was the one that just spun around really fast. So whenever like a robot crashed into it, it just ripped off like all of its plating. That was a cool robot. As was Sir Kill-A-Lot, who had a flamethrower. I'm going to be honest, I don't know who you are. Is your ass like Blofeld? Okay. This is not a car, this is a train. Is this Red Skull's car? Or is this Arnim Zola's car? Who's driving this shit, man? Designed for Marvel Studios. 1942 Hydra Schmidt Coupe. It's not Red Skull? Oh, it's the movie. Captain America. Whoops. This would be 101 Dalmatians. This is 102 Dalmatians. Cruella. Really? I spelled Dalmatians wrong? 101 Dalmatians. Oh, I spelled it wrong. The Giga Horse. There's Mad Max Fury Road. That's Cars. All right, this is actually like a really hard quiz. The Car. Classic. Christine. Fair enough. Fast and the Furious 6, you know what? I haven't seen it. Fair enough. Goldfinger, I said Blofeld. What? It's the same thing. Missing cast member. Can you name the movie cast member whose face has been blanked out? Yeah, bro, that's Lawrence Fishburne. Show some respect. Never tell you about it. That's Matthew McConaughey, by the way. I saw this shit in theaters. Why? Penelope Cruz. Any questions? Ever tell you about how I want to walk around like Morpheus? I want to become like one of the old guys in H Mart who walks around with his arms crossed but behind his back. Nobody can be told what kimchi is. You have to experience it for yourself. But I think you got to be like at least 6'2" to do it. So I'm not sure if I can pull it off. Sorry. Yes, of course that's Sahara. That's Matthew McConaughey. That's Josh Hartnett. That's Liv Tyler. Come on, give me a hard one. That's Will Smith. Now that shit is not possible. Is that Arnold? Is that... It's not Dolph Lundgren. Dolph Lundgren's next to him. What a cast. Oh, I see Arnold on the right there. I see Travolta. I see a Hemsworth. I see Terry Crews. Arnold, Jason Statham, Sylvester Stallone, blank, Dolph Lundgren, Ray Liotta, Bruce Willis, Jet Li, and a lady. I don't know who it is, honestly. Yeah, I think you're right. It's probably Chuck Norris. That is Joe Pesci. That's Zoe Saldana. Pog, we were just talking about this. That is Momoa of the Jason variety. That's Joseph Gordon-Levitt, briefly the #1 actor in the world. That shit is Henry Cavill. No? That's not Henry Cavill? 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 Is it Armie Hammer? Okay, well, I passed then. I have not seen this movie. One reason, Penelope Cruz. Wait, is this... I've seen the first of the Train movies. This is the second of the Train movies, right? It's ass. This is the first? Where's Josh Gad? Oh, no, I've seen this one. There he is. Yeah, I've seen this movie. I don't know who you are. That shit is Diane Keaton. That shit is Karen Carpenter. This shit look like San Francisco for real. I don't know who this is, honestly. You got me on that one. That's Morgan Freeman. It's Helen Mirren. It's Tom Cruise. Going. And that's got to be Chuck Norris, man. Yeah. That's Chuck Norris. We beat the average, at least. Johnny Depp as Edward Ratchet from Ratchet. Barbara Streisand as Judy Maxwell from What's Up, Dog, 1972. I'm not going to do Donald Trump or Homer Simpson right now. Let's see what else we got here. We got any more TVs through time? Whoa. The 1928 Geodisc. Hold on. This shit is incredible. That's got to be like the 1970s, but that is it's the coolest looking TV I've ever seen in my entire life. Can you imagine having to install this in your conversation pit? Anyway, it's got to be that, right? 1938 Baird televisor. This shit doesn't even make sense, so I'm going to say it's that. 1941 GE Model 90. It's got to be this, right? 1946. This quiz is so easy for me because I had each one of these growing up, obviously. 1946 RCA 621 TS. It's either this refrigerator-looking guy right here or this thing. This thing almost looks... No, it does look like it's from the 40s. Yeah, I'll go with this one. 1950 Motorola TS14. This shit is a Logitech C920, so that's a gimme. I think it's this. 1959 RCA Flip Top. I'm going to say it's you. Doesn't look like that top's doing any flipping, unless you're like the world's strongest man, but 1960 Kuba Comet. It's got to be either you or you. I don't think they were making curved screens, but you're kind of curved. I'm gonna say you. Okay, 1970s Cara color. I actually think it. I think you're like maybe from the 90s or something. This looks like a 90s design. I think you're from the 70s. No, you're from the 80s. 1990 Sony Trinitron would be you. 2001 Panasonic TX76 and a 2010 Sharp Aquos LED. Shit was probably like $3,500 when it came out. We got a 92%. But again, it's not fair because I lived through it. No, now it has a negative value. You would have to pay somebody to take it. Hold on, give me some more picture quizzes. I'm just gonna let the cat out. For must have been my 16th or my 17th birthday. My parents were like, we went crazy this year. We bought you a flat screen. It was I don't even remember the brand anymore, but it was 19 inches. I remember that. And we mounted that shit on our wall like Michael Scott. They were like, it's a little expensive, but it'll last forever. You know, like 10 years later, flat screen TV is like $75 on Black Friday. And you're like, no, I don't want a TV that big. Just give me can I get a smaller TV? How about 2000s movie definitions? I don't know. Men employed to look after an empty building, especially at night. This is a boring quiz. I would, not just because I don't know the answer. I'd like to see pictures. Who's that with a beer? That's Jimi Hendrix. It's a very controversial day of Sporkle today. That's Angela Merkel. That's Usain Bolt at Oktoberfest. That's King Charles. I just wanted to see if they retconned it. Tom Cruise drinking the first beer he's ever had in his life, I'm sure. I mean, he's in an amazing shape. That's David Beckham, the only person who can afford alcohol at a sporting event. This is Simu Liu. You're right, it's Ichiro. Son of a bitch. Okay, that's Daniel Craig. What are all these British shots of people drinking beers on TV shows? Bro, dude, Obama is loving that Guinness. I've never seen this photo before. He is savoring every last drop of this. Look at his face, man. Holy cow. This is me when I eat a white cheddar Quaker Oats rice cake. Holy cow. He is going pinkies up. That's Amy Winehouse. Amy Beerhand. That's Spike Lee. Man's drinking beer through a damn straw. I think it's even a paper straw. That's just... Okay, get off my screen, please, Paris Hilton. Why this pose? That's Louis Armstrong. Look at the size of that beer, man. That's Post Malone. Sponsored content. This is Katy Perry. It's an image that doesn't even really make sense. Oh, this image makes a lot of sense. Get your ass to bars. He's going Paul crazy over it, man. It's Paul Newman. Sounds about right. I know you. You're an actress. She's going pinkies up too. You're not a net Benning, but you're in a net Benning type. It is Emma Thompson. You're right. That's Rihanna. Okay. It's Ichiro. Hey, we still beat the average. Emma Thompson. I'm digging the pinkies up, man. You see, when you're a Hollywood actor or actress, they give you glassware. If you're flying coach, you get plastic knives. Here's a sous vide chicken breast that has the same texture as shoe leather, and here's a completely useless flimsy plastic knife in order to chop it up. Oh, Miss Thompson, here you go. Do you actually going off on airline food? Yeah. Who took my cigar? Okay, that's Jack Nicholson. This photo, listen, this photo is stupid. He's like 70-something years old in this photo. Like, what are you doing, man? You don't have anything else going on? Blowing smoke rings for Vanity Fair? Okay, this is a great Chib Stogie opportunity. You knew this was going to happen. He's not hiding. It's Nicolas Cage. It's Clint Eastwood. That shit is Dennis Hopper. It's Michael Jordan. That's Andy Garcia from Ocean's 11. That's Usher Raymond. That shit is Robert De Niro or Fidel Castro. I'm not totally sure. It's Bill Clinton. It's Johnny Depp. That is Michael Caine. He looks better now than he did in the 70s. That's Leonardo DiCaprio. It's Daniel Craig. It's Bruce Willis. Dude, cigars are so funny. Oh, man. Now, if you could just, like, chew on that and we'll take a photo. Click. Oh, man. Yeah, that looks good. Who's that with Johnny Cash? I'm going to say that's Elvis Presley. I'm not sure, though. That's Gerald Ford. That's Muhammad Ali. That's Paul McCartney. What a photo. That's George W. Bush and Laura Bush. I'm going to be honest. I don't know who the hell this guy is. I could not tell you. Anyone in chat know this one? It's not Joe Pesci. That's Johnny Cash. We got to name this guy. This guy looks nothing like Joe Pesci. It's Billy Graham. Okay, no wonder I don't know him. That's Bob Dylan, who just dropped an upper decker. That's Eddie Murphy. Could not tell you. This is Jimmy Carter. Willie Nelson. Bill Clinton. I keep looking at Johnny Cash and going, that's Johnny Cash. That's Peter Falk as Columbo. That's Ray Charles and Johnny Cash. That's Richard Nixon and Johnny Cash. It's probably an Allman Brother and Johnny Cash. That's probably Skinnerd from Lynyrd Skynyrd and Johnny Cash. I don't know who you. Maybe you're Bob Seger. That's Waylon Jennings. That makes a lot more sense, honestly. That would be Ronald Reagan and Johnny Cash. This dude met like fucking 9 presidents. Okay, Billy Graham. We barely beat the average. Merle Haggard. That makes perfect sense. Waylon Jennings. Can I tell you the only Waylon Jennings song I know is Mama, Don't Let Your Boys Grow Up to Be Cowboys. And I don't know the original. I only know the one from an Alvin and the Chipmunks CD I had when I was like 7 years old. That's a banger. You haven't heard it until you've heard Alvin, Simon, and Theodore's take on it. Yeah, is Johnny Cash like actually Forrest Gump? In the sense that he has met every 20th century historical figure. Okay, check this out. Can you name the Top Gear UK presenters? No. No, I cannot. You are Jeremy Clarkson, though. Your ass is Billy Bogsby. You're James May, I think. Nope. Then that's okay because it means there's another James May coming up. That's the Stig. I know him. That's James May. This is Simon Pegg. That is Matt LeBlanc, also known as Joey from Friends. Danica Patrick. I think this might be Mark Maron. I have absolutely no idea whatsoever. Could not tell you. And we're back at the top. Okay, that's Jason Daw. Richard Hammond. I've seen a couple. I played the Top Gear game that Amazon Studios released for a bounty once. I'm tangentially familiar with like many of the Top Gear presenters. Chris Evans? What happened, man? Did you see the post from at Chris Evans? It literally does say his name there. You're not wrong. You see the post on Twitter yesterday from like at Chris Evans fan? And it was like a screenshot of like a twit longer that was like, Chris, we just want you to know that the fandom isn't disappointed you have a girlfriend. We're just disappointed with the way that you let us know you have a girlfriend. As a 30-year-old Chris Evans fan, I've never seen a rollout to a relationship worse than this. Over the years, in many interviews, you have insinuated that you're single and given your fans hope, but actually the whole time you're like, oh my God, relax, man. I saw your God of War rant on YouTube. Just go, NK. Your shelf. Stop making indie games your personality. You are not cool. God of War's graphics are so much better than the shit you play. Bro, are you crazy? This shit is photorealistic. You telling me that's not Chris Evans? You telling me that's not Captain America right there? This is indistinguishable from like a Nikon Coolpix megapixel resolution. It looks 10 times better than God of War. Yeah, I did not pay that chatter. This is Sabine Schmitz. That was honestly going to be like my third guess. Eddie Jordan, Chris Harris, and Rory Reed. Okay, there's my bad. I don't know any of these people. We've got TV too. No. It's just more old TVs. I've already owned myself enough. How about macho movie quotes? Movie by non-human character animated. Famous, who's that? I like the who's that with a blank. Oh, this quiz has been retracted by the creator. Holy cow. I don't know what happened. They've absconded with the quiz. Hold on, I'm clicking. What did Miley Cyrus come in like? I'm not sure I'm willing to do that. Oh, well, that's the one. I was going to say, who's that with a Coke? It was not who's that with Ghislaine Maxwell, okay? I don't need to do that quiz because you always see it in the replies to people on Twitter. How about this? Final Jeopardy. Can you name the Final Jeopardy answers? Holy cow, this shit's going to be impossible. The Final Jeopardy answers from season 15, January 4th to the 29th, 1999. You get a minute for each one. Final Jeopardy is all about like a little information, like in your brain, but also context, okay? Bing, children's literature. This title character was inspired by a girl who had her appendix out in a French hospital run by nuns. Who is Madeline? I got it right, I guess. Bing, the 1970s. In 1974, Jimmy Carter presented him with a license plate that read HLA 715. I have no idea. I'm assuming this is related to a flight. I'm going to say this is Charles Lindbergh. Okay. I have no idea. People. Bing. He made the cover of Life magazine 3 times in February and March of 1962 and again in October 1998. Good luck. February and March of 1962. Okay, I'm going to say this is Richard Nixon during election season and then at his death. Nixon. Wrong. American buildings. Once an art gallery, since 1961, it's been a shrine to the musical style said to have originated nearby. What is Graceland? This is bad. This is not going well. Ballet. Feeling the need for ballets about American life, this dancer choreographed his first ballet in 1944. Name an American dancer. Usher Raymond. Bruno Mars? Bruno Mars? Was it Bruno Mars? I can name another actor. Or another. Who's the one from The Simpsons? Fred Astaire is a great answer. Fred Astaire is a great answer. McDonald's 2 most successful promotional campaigns both involved these Happy Meal toys. Trolls. Cabbage Patch Dolls. Cabbage Patch Kids. Eggs. In its history, this government body has had a total of 108 members. 106 of them men. What is the Supreme Court? Okay, they gave us a gimme. It's the part of the body where you'll find the Mount of Apollo, the Mount of the Moon, and the Girdle of Venus. I'm going to say it's the ear. Nope. Wrong. At 3,600 square miles, it's the largest island in the Mediterranean where Italian is not an official language. What is Cyprus? Oh! In 1909, he exhibited a group of his paintings entitled Nymphaeus Series de Passage d'Eau. Book about water fairies. Who is Shigeru Miyamoto? I'm going to say this is Matisse. I hit E like I was like, oh, that's definitely it. Lauren Bacall coined this name for a carousing group including Humphrey Bogart, Judy Garland, and Frank Sinatra. What is the Rat Pack? Too easy. In 1957, this 1957 Buddy Holly hit was inspired by a line of dialogue from the John Wayne film The Searchers. You can't be on Jeopardy if you can't read, for the record, but I'm going to say it's Peggy Sue. That'll be the day that I die. Okay, you don't get 2 cracks at Final Jeopardy, but you do get a minute to think about each one. He's on the 1997 stamp honoring the European Recovery Program. Charles de Gaulle. Who is Jacques Chirac? Who is Tony Blair? Who is John Major? Who is, I have no idea. 1998. In 1998, America's second largest federal building was named in his honor. Who is J. Edgar Hoover? No idea. Billy Whitehouse. He made 2 Gemini flights, 2 Apollo flights, and 2 shuttle flights, including the first in 1981. Who is John Glenn? Who is Neil Armstrong? Who is... Dude, these are too hard. Jeopardy's gotten easier over the years. One of the 2 female crime writers who were in the British House of Lords in 1998. Who is Agatha Christie? Well, this musical that premiered in 1975 and was revived in 1996 is set in part of the Cook County Jail. What is Chicago? Basically, what city is in Cook County? We got it. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention says it's the nutrient Americans are most likely to be deficient in. What is B12? What is vitamin B12? What is vitamin K? What is vitamin D? What is zinc? What is selenium? Water. What is magnesium? Riboflavin? Manganese. What is vitamin A? There's no way it's vitamin C, dude. Could it be potassium? Could it be iron? Iron. Wow. Yeah, that makes sense. That's why it was my 20-second guess. One reason he's not buried in Westminster Abbey is his epitaph, which concludes, "Cursed be he that moves my bones." That's fucking Keats. That's fucking Tennyson. That's fucking Robbie Burns. What is it that Alex Trebek's always going, Robbie Burns. Edgar Allan Poe. Who's Oscar Wilde? I have no idea. Anyone else not want to say the answer but 100% knows it? So true. Me watching other streamers do trivia. I know this one. Then they guess the thing I was thinking, and it's wrong. You stupid motherfucker. You dumb idiot. How could you guess that? This animal's name is from Bantu for mockman. What is a chimpanzee? Oh! Hey, 8 out of 20. Okay, we tied the average. Hank Aaron broke Babe Ruth's home runs record with 715. Of course. Hank Lewis Aaron, and then the number of home runs that he hit. Me in 1974 seeing a car parked out in front of a restaurant. Hey, that's Hank Aaron's car. Let's smash his window and take some of his money. He's loaded. You should get a license plate that's like, I'm a nobody. That way, what's the chocolate? Oh, sorry, a different question. I mean, a different answer. That makes perfect sense, too. American buildings. Preservation Hall. Okay, I never would have gotten it, honestly. Jerome Robbins is the ballet answer, not Fred Astaire. Beanie Babies. It makes perfect sense. The Mount of Apollo, the Mount of Moon, and the Girdle of Venus are on your palm. Claude Monet. Okay, this is probably easy enough to get. George C. Marshall from the Marshall Plan. The only Marshall I know is Mathers, unfortunately. The Ronald Reagan Building. John Young. Literally a 0% chance to get this. P.D. James and Ruth Rendell. 0% chance for me to get it. William Shakespeare. You know, when we're talking about English writers, that probably should have been close to top of mind, but sometimes those are just going to slip by you. But dude, there's 79 Final Jeopardy collages here. This is amazing. This is the treasure trove. The 50 states. Of all the states named, it was the 90s, of all the states named after Native American tribes. This one is the farthest west. Good luck. The answer is Arizona. The answer is Utah. Okay. The most ex-presidents, 5, were alive when he was inaugurated. All had served 1 term or less. Lincoln. He's crazy. When he died in 1957, he was buried with full military honors at Arlington Cemetery. Who is MacArthur? Who is George Patton? Motherfucker. Who is Harry Truman? Who is Garth Brooks? You think it's Garth Brooks? Oh, it's an explorer. It's Lewis and/or Clark. Clark Shackleton. Shackleton. Magellan. 1957. This period is a little bit rough for me. Lindbergh, Charles Lee explored the air. In area, it's the second largest country on the second largest continent. Both begin with the letter A. What the fuck is Angola? Huh? The second largest continent has to be Africa. And the second largest country? Oh. No, there's no way it's South America and Argentina. It's got to be Africa and like Algeria. I'm cheating. I can't take that one. Martin Klaproth named uranium after Uranus and this element after Uranus's children. Radium. It can't be plutonium. It's not a child of Uranus. That's not a damn toilet, baby. I have no idea. Poopium. It's a good guess. Shittium, another good one. Parts of this epic work, published in 1667, were dictated by its author to family members. What is the King James Bible? I have no idea. This ship was launched September 26, 1934, by the woman for whom it was named. What is Her Majesty's Service Anne of Green Gables? There's no way it's Lusitania, right? That was World War I. That was my first guess, and I got nothing. The famous line, "Out, out, brief candle," is spoken after the announcement of this woman's death. Who is Lady Macbeth? Come on, you can't get the Shakespeare quote by me. I might not know who the man is, but I remember his words. Readmitted to the Union under Andrew Johnson, this Confederate state avoided Reconstruction. This is West Virginia. What is Virginia? What is Georgia? What is Carolina? The North. North Carolina. I'm just going to call this one South Carolina. We're going to call this one Alabama. We're going to say that one's probably Tennessee. Hey, I knew it. A member of this famous family proposed it, and he and his brother signed it for Virginia. What is the Bill of Rights? What is the First Amendment? What is the Declaration of Independence? Wait, no, I'm looking at this. I need to name the family. The member of this famous family proposed it. He and his brother signed it for Virginia. Who are the Adamses? Who are the Roosevelts? The Jeffersons. It's a famous family. They had their own TV show. Who are the Madisons? Who are the Hancocks? Who are the Adamses? The Adams family? Okay, I don't know. This month was formerly called Quintilis. What is May? What is June? What is April? What is August? I'm going to say July. July. In 1930, this novelist became the first American to win the Nobel Prize for Literature. Good luck. Who is Fitzgerald? Mark Twain. John Steinbeck. I don't know. Dude, Jeopardy's no joke. No wonder I keep not getting called back for my damn audition. Shit is impossible. He was vice president of the U.S. for just 82 days before becoming president. Who is whoever the motherfucker who took over for McKinley? But I don't know who that is, so I'm going to say it was Lyndon B. Johnson. I'm going to say it was Gerald Ford. Okay, now I'm going to say it's Coolidge. I'm going to say it was Hoover. Say it was fucking Taft. I don't know. I got 5 of 13. That's a little below average. Richard E. Byrd. Great name for an explorer. Oh, this is Super Jeopardy. No wonder. Algeria. Note, it is now the largest country on the continent. Okay, it's larger than South Africa. The Mercator projection takes another victim. Titanium. Uranus, son and husband of Gaia, Earth. Their children were the Titans. Paradise Lost by John Milton. The RMS Queen Mary. The ocean liner for the Cunard White Star Line. That was going to be my next guess after the HMS Anne of Green Gables. The Lee family, okay. Sinclair Lewis won the Nobel Prize for Literature. And Harry Truman, it's actually not as hard as I thought it was. This shit is impossible, man. Early man. I'm getting over 50% here. It was the first non-precious metal man made into tools and decorative items. What is iron? What is stone? What is bronze? Is bronze even a metal? Bronze is like an alloy, right? Is it copper? Okay, I knew that one. Okay, we're getting over 50%. If this event hadn't happened, Methuselah might have lived past age 969. What is the Great Flood? Hey! The only country crossed by the equator and the Tropic of Capricorn. That would be Chile. I thought for sure it would be Chile, man. Is it Argentina? No, it's too south. Is it Brazil? It is Brazil. Its first two headquarters were Central Hall in London and Hunter College in the Bronx. What is the fucking Masonic Lodge? What's the fucking the Rotary Club? Instead of the Lions Club? Are these things? I don't know the difference between these. Okay. The UN? No way. First UN headquarters was the Hunter College in the Bronx. It is the UN. Dying in 1903, she said, "It's the 27th anniversary of Bill's death. Bury me next to Bill." Who is Annie Oakley? I have absolutely no idea. Helen Keller dedicated the story of my life to this man who taught the deaf to speak. I think it's Playboy Cardi. More popes have taken this name than any other, but only after the first one was declared a saint. Who is Alexander? Who is Gregory? Who is Innocentius? Who is Patrick? John, that's a good one. For the first half of the century, it was the westernmost city represented in Major League Baseball the first half of the 20th century. So until the 1950s, I'm going to say the westernmost Major League Baseball state was the Milwaukee Brewers. Okay? I'm going to say that it was the Texas Rangers. Okay, we're moving a little bit more west. I mean, we can go all the way. You got the Dodgers, but weren't their asses were in like Brooklyn or something. Oh, the city, Milwaukee. Dallas, I don't know where the Rangers play. St. Louis? Fuck. Chat's so good, man. It's the first planet whose discoverer is known. Earth. It was discovered by the Almighty himself. Catch my ass out here saying Venus. Catch my ass out here saying Jupiter. Saturn? Probably Mercury if I had to guess. If I had to give you a straight guess, it'd be Mars. Probably say Uranus is a good one. Numerical phrase. in the title of 1955 autobiography of British physician Roger Bannister. So listen, this dude ran a 4-minute mile. 4 minutes to midnight. 4 minutes to freedom is not 80085, okay? 4 minute man? I don't know. Next. The name of Shakespeare's acting company, the King's Men, referred to this king. Charles the 12th. Richard the Third. I don't know, man. I don't know. It was the first elected legislative body in the New World. Pentaverate, I think, maybe. 2 of 5 countries that have attended every Summer Olympics in the modern era. Okay, I can do this shit, man. The United States and France and the UK. France. Okay, I'll take it. Founder of the Friars Minor in the 13th century, he was made the patron saint of ecologists in 1979. It's okay, just, let me get some respect 600 years after I died. Who's John Bodney? When he died in New York City in 1848, this merchant was the richest man in America. Who is Vanderbilt? Who is Rockefeller? Who is Meineke? Who is Carnegie Mellon? The tomb of the unknown warrior is in this British landmark, St. Paul's Cathedral. Stonehenge. British Museum. Trafalgar Square. Westminster Abbey. Okay, yeah, I'll take that. Calamity Jane! Dude, you're going to think I lost my mind. The reason I typed Annie Oakley is because I was thinking Bill died in, 1880 something. He might, Wild Bill Hickok, somebody from the Wild West who shoots a gun. Annie Oakley? I was pretty close. Alexander Graham Bell. Okay, that makes more sense than Playboy Cardi. The 4-minute mile. This motherfucker ran a mile in 4 minutes. What's his book called? 4 Minutes to Freedom. Good one. Really smart. James the First is the king. House of Burgers. St. Francis of Assisi. And, of course, John Jacob Astor Jingleheimer Schmidt. His name is my name, too. Okay, no cheating on this one. The only state whose name ends with 3 consonants. Fuck it. Kentucky? Why is sometimes a vowel, man? That's not fair. Is it Kentucky? Kentucky? What? It's sometimes a vowel. The name of this Iowa city commemorates the powwow Lewis and Clark held with area residents in 1804. I'm going to say it's Sioux Falls. Really? Des Moines? I mean, that's the only other city I know in Iowa, except for like Iowa City. Sioux Falls is in South Dakota. Son of a bitch. Des Moines shower handles. So true. This Old Testament book opens, the words of the preacher, the son of David, king in Jerusalem. That shit is Exodus for sure. Revelations? Okay, I'm moving on. The 3-word title of this play begins and ends with the same 7-letter word. What is A Midsummer's Night's Midsummer? I listen. I'm. This is too hard for me. Tomo, do you want to get out of here? I have no idea, man. Jeopardy in the 90s was a different beast. This country contains South America's highest and lowest points. What is Peru? What is Chile? Oh, no. This city has been the site of more major party presidential nominating conventions than any other. What is Philadelphia? What is New York fucking City? What is Albany? What is Washington, D.C.? What is Dallas? Chicago's probably right. You got a good point. Only permanent common market member whose official language doesn't use the Latin alphabet. Japan. Russia? China? This shit is demoralizing, man. Greece, that makes so much sense. Two countries that became independent on August 14th and 15th, 1947. Taiwan and Singapore? I don't know. Maybe Slovakia and... No, that doesn't make any sense. I don't know. India and Pakistan? Oh, you're right. It's probably Israel. After Virginia, more Civil War battles were fought in this state than in any other. My brain just keeps going, Virginia? Virginia? I'm going to say it's Tennessee. Okay. Next pair in this sequence, space exploration. Gumdrop, Spider, Charlie Brown, Snoopy. Is this SATs? Yeah. Wake up. Drink. Pass out. Drink. I don't even know how to answer the question, honestly. Listen. 1990 Tournament of Champions final. I'm not cut out for this type of Jeopardy. Okay, Columbia. I got 15%, by the way. Columbia and Eagle, of course. Okay, my mistake. Wait, there were like 4 more questions. I don't know why I just gave up. Massachusetts ends with 3 continents. 3 consonants. Council Bluffs? Ecclesiastes, of course. Measure for Measure, literally never heard of it. Argentina, the highest is Aconcagua, and the lowest, of course, the Valdez Peninsula. Chicago, chat, they had that one under control. India and Pakistan. Columbia and Eagle. Let's see if I would have gotten this. It's the only inhabited U.S. territory south of the equator. What are the U.S., what is American Samoa? Oh! Would take me up to 21%. Jarvis, take me south of the equator. Take me somewhere south of the equator where there's still a Pizza Hut, Jarvis. Stat. Jarvis, I'm gonna need an extra large meat lovers on the table at the American Samoa's best Pizza Hut stat. Jarvis. In 1841, his first package tour took 570 people from Leicester to Loughborough for a temperance rally. Who is Prince Philip? Thomas Cook, the father of modern tourism. Wow, that sounds fun. Okay, I would not have gotten James Whistler to begin with, but also I saw the answer. Can we move past the Tournament of Champions, please? Maybe May 1991? What are we looking at here? Oh. Character who says the evil that men do lives after them. Who is Banquo? Who's fucking Hamlet? This is Macbeth. I'm going to say this is Macduff. This is Othello. This is Al Pacino in The Merchant of Venice. This is Oberon. This is Romeo. Benvolio. Paris. Could not tell you. In 1972, he succeeded U Thant to become the UN's fourth Secretary General. Who is Boutros Ghali? Who is Kofi Annan? Who is Ban Ki-moon? Anytime I type Ban Ki-moon, all I get to, beneath the shine of the Ban Ki-moon, just waiting. Ba-na-na-noom. Dan-it, dan-it. You know what I'm talking about? Some do. Many do. Great record. The only one to sign the Declaration of Independence, 1778, alliance with France, peace treaty with Great Britain, and the Constitution. That's Thomas Jefferson, bro. What? Alexander Hamilton. Who's fucking John Hancock? George Washington? Ben Franklin? That's a great honor. And I've stolen another one from chat. That's my first right answer. One of two federal positions that by law pay the same salary as the vice presidency. I'm going to say Speaker of the House. Yay! The third most nominated actress ever. She received her 9th Oscar nomination in 1991. This shit is old. Hepburn. Streep. Okay, I should have gone Streep first. Other than North America, it's the continent closest to South America. Would I be insane to say Australia? It seems like a trick question. I'm actually, you know what? I wonder if it's Europe because there are like colonial holdings in the Atlantic Ocean. Wrong, dummy. Africa? Australia? Okay, there's only like 6 continents. Oh, Antarctica. Yeah, that's a really good one. Yep. There's literally like fucking penguins in Argentina, right? In 1661, 2.5 years after his death, his body was exhumed and hanged at Tyburn. Who is Guy Fawkes? Who is James of Hearts? Cromwell. They dug that motherfucker up and hanged him again. That shit must have stunk, dude. The word jot comes from this Greek word, as back then the I's and J's were the same. What is iota? Look at that. He's done it. Their grandfather had a #1 hit record in 1935. Their father, #1s in 1958 and 1961, and they hit #1 in 1990. Who are the Wilsons? Who is Hart? Who is Wilson Phillips? Who is Wilson? Wilson! Who is 1990? I have no idea. Oh, the Osmonds. Nope. Okay. It's not Hanson. That's like way too... It's not... Like, it's way too late for the Jacksons. It's way too early for Hanson. Oh, Hank Williams. Oh, but it says there. It's got to be a group. Dude, I think it's Wilson Phillips. And I think they hit it with hold on. I just don't know how to type it. I don't know. To keep a balance, 19th century America. To keep a balance, an 1820 compromise admitted Missouri as a slave state and this as a free state? What's above Missouri? I'm thinking of Chef Meemaw. Iowa? Was Iowa even in America at that time? Doesn't make sense. How about Tennessee? How about Kentucky? How about I'm literally just guessing? Okay, I pass. In 1879, he showed that gastric juices can be produced without food being put in the stomach. Who is Bill Hydrochloric? Who is Dr. Penfield? I don't know. John Stomach. The two island nations that are members of NATO. I want to say Iceland, but I don't know if Iceland is. Yeah, they probably are. Yeah, all right, I'll take it. The 1950s. He died October 9th, 1958 at Castle Gandolfo. Who is Franco? Oh, that felt like a lock. It felt like a lock, man. Sarumano. I don't know. This is hard. Nobel laureate and Reagan advisor who titled one of his books, There's No Such Thing as a Free Lunch. Who's fucking Kissinger? Who's fucking the dude who invested in Theranos accidentally? I don't know. I could not name another Reagan advisor. Milton Friedman. That makes sense. In New York City in 1955, she said, an actress's life is so transitory. Suddenly you're a building. What does that mean? The hell does that mean? Who is Jessica Empire State? Jessica MoMA? 1955 actress. Audrey Hepburn. Katharine Hepburn. Lauren Bacall. I have no clue. The last name of Lord Darnley, whose son became the King of England in 1603. Who is Plantagenet? Who is the Tudors? Who is the other ones? Darn Stewart! Two characters in this American classic were named for a king of Israel and the oldest son of Abraham. The book is called Moses Abel. Moses was not the king of Israel. It's good as so. Is this of mice and men? Is Abraham's oldest son Lenny? I have no idea, man. One of two authors to have 3 books among the top 10 fiction bestsellers of the 1980s. John Grisham, Anne Rice, Danielle Steele, Ray Bradbury, fucking Mark Z. Danielewski. No idea. Stephen King, it makes so much sense. This documentary series was the highest rated series in PBS history. Ken Burns, Robbie Burns. What is America? I can't. I don't know, man. Is it the Civil War documentary? It is. I can't do this without chat, man. I would come last on Jeopardy even with chat's help. I give up. I don't even want to know. Mark Anthony. Kurt Waldheim. There's no shot I would even have had a chance to get that. British history is, okay, Oliver Cromwell. Gunnar and Matthew Nelson. That shit is impossible. Maine? How was Maine not in the Union? Isn't that where they landed? It was part of Massachusetts? So they didn't really like admit another state to the Union. They just fucking like salami sliced it. It's not really fair. I don't think you get to be like, oh, 10 years ago we had 14 states and now we have 20. We didn't get any more land. We just chopped up Massachusetts a little bit. How do you think states are made? I think it's complicated. Oh, that's right. Delaware is the smallest. It is the first state. That's true. Pavlov makes perfect sense. Pope Pius XII wasn't even in my brain. Milton Friedman. Yeah, okay, fair. Helen Hayes, a Broadway theater, is named after her, of course. Henry Stewart saves his family, and Moby Dick. Okay, I can do this. I'm entering my... The thing is, Final Jeopardy tends to be the hardest. But you get to warm up with like, for $100, name a word that ends with Y. And you go like, parsimony, you know? You get to spend 20 minutes getting warmed up for Final Jeopardy. Let's just put ourselves in the mind palace. On February 5th, 1924, he became the only president buried in Washington, D.C. So which president, I'm going to guess that this is Teddy Roosevelt. Seems like he could have died around that time. Okay, I pass. This spin-off from All in the Family ran for more episodes than its parent show. What is Rhonda? I pass. The Jeffersons. Okay, I'm entering my mind palace again. This former dance teacher and ditch digger made his film debut in 1942. His leading lady was Judy Garland. Who is Fred Astaire? I'm passing. 2 of the 3 European countries officially called principalities, San Marino and the Vatican City. Vatican City. Liechtenstein. Hey! Okay. Their marriage in 1614 brought 8 years of peace to the Jamestown colony. Who is Pocahontas and John something? John Smith? Sounds right. At his death in January 1991, the king of this country was the world's oldest reigning monarch. Jordan. Thailand. Oh, I pass. As Europe chose sides before World War I, Russia joined these 2 nations in the Triple Entente. Who is France and the United Kingdom? One of 2 state capitals that formerly served as capital of the U.S. Philadelphia was a capital, but it's not a capital of a state. Albany? Is it possible that Albany was temporarily the capital of the United States of America? I'm sure they had wartime capitals as well. I'm thinking Boston as well, but then I'm like, is Boston the capital of Massachusetts? Let's try Boston. Let's try Albany. Okay, I pass. New York City? It's not it's not a state capital. Philadelphia is not a state capital. Annapolis. I never would have gotten it. Is it? I'm not going to type it in though. It's resinous. A 40-year-old widower. He was engaged to remarry when he died mysteriously in Baltimore in 1849. Who is Stringer Bell? Edgar Allan Poe. Yay! Basically, bing, name an American author who probably died in the 1800s. I'm going to say Edgar Allan Poe and nobody else. The only real life couple Astaire and Rogers played in their 10 films together was this dance team. Themselves? That's the only thing I could think of. Astaire and Rogers. Astaire and Rogers. Two of the 4 African countries that have been members of the UN since its founding. I'm going to say Egypt. Hey. I was thinking Ethiopia because they fought against the Axis in World War II. So it seems like that when they founded the UN, they might have just been like, hey, everybody in the group chat, we need you to sign this real quick. That was the other one I was thinking of. Ronald Paul, the candidate of this party, got the 3rd most votes in the 1988 presidential election. The snap bet is libertarian. There you go. He married Edith Bowling Galt, a widow, on December 18th, 1915, in her Washington, D.C. drawing room. Is it possible that this is the King of England who was forced to abdicate for marrying a divorcee? Could you be King George? Could you be the King Edward? Could you be the fucking dude before? Could you be Edward King? That was a lot later. Oh yeah. In her Washington D.C. 1915. That shit is. Why do I always forget the U.S. president? It's Woodrow Wilson. Yay! This famed musician disappeared on December 16th, 1944, and was never found. I could not even hazard a guess. So I'm going to guess that it was Etta Fitzgerald. That's all I got. It's Tupac. She has won 8 Emmys, more than any other performer. The first is for Best Female Singer in 1954. Who's Barbara Streisand? Who is Dolly Parton? 8 Emmys. She put on a concert every year, maybe? 1954. I mean, that shit is old, dude. Should be Taylor Swift, you're right. This Baron was England's poet laureate from 1850 to 1892, longer than anyone else. It's Keats. Who's Yeats? Who's Yeats? Who's Tennyson? Robbie Burns. On February 5th, 1924. Okay, this is probably... I don't know. I give up. I'll take it. Woodrow Wilson, you motherfucker. He got married in 1915 and died in 1924. Need I say more? The Jeffersons, yes, okay. Gene Kelly, also a famous dancer. Norway was the oldest king. Annapolis and Trenton. That is an impossible question. Vernon and Irene Castle, of course, famous dancers. Glenn Miller. And Dina Shore / Julia Louis-Dreyfus and Cloris Leachman. Is that one person? Okay, I think I got one more in me. This is like melting my brain. Robert Browning's poem about him contains the line, "Rats, they fought the dogs and killed the cats." Who is the Pied Piper? Okay, it's that easy. Hemingway novel that begins, Robert Cohn was once middleweight boxing champion at Princeton. What is A Farewell to Arms? It's not The Old Man and the Sea. I really thought it was A Farewell to Arms because it's talking about boxing. The sun also rises. Classical music. At the premiere of this Handel work, explosions destroyed part of the outdoor pavilion. What is the Messiah chorus? What is Hallelujah? What is the Messiah chorus? He didn't make the 1812 overture. That shit is Tchaikovsky, you Philistines. You don't think it's... dude, it's gotta be the Hallelujah chorus. There's no way they weren't pogging out of their gourd for that back in fucking like 1703 or whatever. By the way, I saw the whole, I don't know if it's a symphony, but Kate played in it when she was still in university. It was around Christmas season. One of the few times you're going to see the concert hall packed. 80-year-olds as far as the eye could see. Everyone's sitting in their audience. Shit is like 17 hours long and completely worthless, except just like 2/3 of the way through, they play that piece. And everyone's like, yes! Yes! Anyway, the rest of it is a damn sleep aid. It's auditory melatonin. He was attacked by R. Mercator. They saw the lion and the kangaroo taker. A Spanish communist agent, and died the following day. Who is... See, like, I want to say that this is Trotsky, but there's no way. It is just, timeline doesn't line up, and why would he be attacked by a Spanish communist agent? I'm going to say Trotsky anyway. Okay, it was Trotsky. Famous movie pairs. The only Tracy and Hepburn film with their characters' names in the title. I don't know. Cagney and Lacey? The first Victoria Cross was made from Russian guns captured during this war. What is the 7 Years' War? What is the 30 Years' War? I know this shit was not the 100 Years' War. It's the Crimean War, okay? It was founded in 1938 as the National Foundation for Infantile Paralysis. Is it UNICEF? Make-A-Wish Foundation? I don't know this one. March of Dimes. I'm not going to type it. I don't use my mind. I paint my life. The first president to serve 8 full years. Bro, there's no way they didn't re-up on Jefferson, right? It just pops into your... Listen, I'm not standing Thomas Jefferson. If that dude does the Louisiana Purchase and you get to cast a ballot again, you're like, we sign up for 4 more years of that. In 1909, she became the first woman president of what later became the National Conference of Social Work, who is Susan B. Anthony, who is Eleanor Roosevelt, who is Nancy Wilson from Heart, who is Susan B. Chillin. Yeah, true. In 1991, he won his second Pulitzer for fiction with a book that was his sequel to his first winner. I don't know real books, honestly. The Bank of New York, America's oldest continuously operating bank, was founded by him in 1784. That would be Alexander Hamilton. Come on, that's a gimme. The only Southeast Asian country with a Christian majority, my guess would be the Philippines, okay? The two books that list the 10 Commandments, what are Exodus and something else. And I give up. That was a nice little roll at the end, though. Okay, the sun also rises. Music for the royal fireworks. Nobody's ever heard of that. The Wright Pavilion caught fire. Also, a woman's clothes were set on fire by a stray rocket, and other fireworks burned 2 soldiers and blinded a third. Some things never change. Do you think fireworks are dangerous now? Imagine what it was like in 1749. It sounds like they were setting that shit off during the lumber section of a Home Depot. Pat and Mike, that was my first guess. The Crimean War. March of Dimes. Jane Addams, Gomez's first wife. John Updike, would never have guessed it in a million years. We gotta do like a little palate cleanser. This is like the hardest quizzes I've ever seen in my entire life. How about this one? Can you name the final Jeopardy question from the Celebrity Invitational? See, the ones that they give to the Hollywood actors, I think I stand a chance at. Ironically, he lost the leading role in the 1960 play The Best Man because he didn't look presidential. Who is Reagan? See, now this is more my speed. Trees with biblical names include the Joshua tree and the world's oldest tree, a 4,700-year-old pine named for him. What is the Methuselah tree? Methuselah. His work of 1930s and 1940s is so associated with sentimentality that his name is often combined with corn. Who is Ball? Who is film directors? Corn. No idea. No clue. It was inspired by a piece of Australian physical education. What is the boomerang? What is the hula hoop? I would have, on regular Jeopardy, I would have read the whole question, okay? The whole answer. Created in 1950, he finally hit a home run on March 30th, 1993. Who is Casey at the bat? I have no idea. When he passed away in December 1980, flags in Kentucky flew at half-staff for 4 days. Who was Colonel Sanders? In 1890, he witnessed a mild cyclone in South Dakota, fodder for his most famous novel. He's the screenwriter of Twister. The title of this Beatles song is a Yoruba phrase that means life goes on. What is obladi? Oblada? Can you help me? Obladi? Obladi? Thank you. In 1970, he became the first professional actor to become a lord. A Laurence Olivier. Oh! Chocolate Avenue and Cocoa Avenue are two of the main thoroughfares in Hershey, Pennsylvania. In 1953, it became the only state whose official song was written for a Broadway musical. What is Oklahoma? During the making of this classic, sets from King Kong and the Garden of Allah were intentionally burned down. Casablanca. Citizen Kane. That makes sense. A contemporary review of this 1851 novel said, "Who would have looked for poetry in blubber?" See, like, dude, I'm really... The problem is I don't need to get smarter. I need to get more famous. It's really hard to get smart enough to be on normie Jeopardy. If I could just get famous enough to be smart by Celebrity Jeopardy standards, that would crush, man. I need to get to, like, the ninja level. Streamer Jeopardy. Listen, I'm not saying I would be the best, but I would at least get to the audition phase, I think. In 1949, this kingdom dropped the word trans from the beginning of its name. What is Transalpine Gaul? I have no idea. Middle East countries? What is Saudi Arabia? I just got to pass on that one. Sylvania, of course. It's Jordan. Capricorn. His name is often combined with corn. Capricorn. They don't put a damn pun in the freaking question. I mean the answer. MF didn't know Charlie Brown. Well, I don't know why it's talking about a home run. Wasn't Charlie Brown constantly trying to kick field goals? And then Lucy was pulling the ball away like Jerome Powell? He played b-ball too? B-ball is basketball. When Chaos says, I'll be a boy standing in your b-boy stance, you think he means this? By the way, I know you're like great form on the batting stance. Thank you. I did played about 8 years of casual softball in elementary school. I was more of a fielder. I am a lefty, it's true. I was more of a fielder than a batter. And to be honest, like that doesn't matter that. If they had a Gold Glove for Little League at the level I played at, I probably would have gotten the Gold Glove. I honestly think I had seasons with no errors. But I mean, listen, I probably batted around 500, which is actually like one of the worst batting averages you can have in Little League. Because if you hit that ball, you're making it to first. As long as you're not popping out, that shit is going to first. No shot, you had 500? Bro, the first like 3 years of Little League, you pitched to your own team. And sometimes you're still striking out, but because you be looking at your pitcher like, can you throw me like a motherfucking, can you throw me a heater down the middle? They're going, and then just like, listen, the level of Little League I played at was so bad that you never deliberately threw a ball as the pitcher. You would still walk like one person an inning just accidentally. I was not a bad pitcher. Look, I was because I played in a low league, but I was usually the best pitcher on my team. But you only got in casual softball, you only got to pitch 2 or 3 innings of like a 6-inning game because they were worried you'd blow out your rotator cuffs. So I'm not trying to flex too much, right? And again, I was not a good batter, but I would always pitch like inning 1 to 2 or 1 to 3, and then our team would be like, okay, we'd be in it. And then fucking, the bullpen comes up and they can't even get 3 strikes across the plate to begin with, much less put some damn heat on it. All of a sudden, we're losing the game like 12-3 to Bill's Hardware. Anyway. Dudes, you haven't experienced misery. I don't even know like how my parents dealt with it in the stands. Watching a kid walk 4 consecutive batters to load the bases, and then walk another 4 consecutive batters to just let 4 runs walk in. Your ass just saw like 32 straight balls. Those were the days, man. Anyway. Oh. I didn't really know what I was doing for the rest of the stream, but I'm going to put a / marker Sporkle in there. You know what? Let's load up Rumbleverse Season 2. You've been good. My principles mean nothing. I'm shocked. Shocked. Flames on the side of my face. Keith Jr., thanks for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you, thank you. You have it installed? I downloaded it last night. Because here's the thing. I was going to play a new PvE Tarkov style game called Zero Sievert, okay? Then I went into the Discord, because I know we got a lot of Tarkov fans in there. And I said, hey, be honest, would you like Zero Sievert? Would I like Zero Sievert? Okay? And Sinvicta said, probably for about as long as you like Tarkov. Corey said it's basically a simpler Tarkov, no PvP, some stalker elements. I don't know what the hell that means. So I said, I'm not fucking around with that shit. Are you crazy? The hell is some stalker vibes? Like I'm gonna walk through Siberia and discover an artifact that reveals something about myself? I don't get it. Hey, William B. Shakespeare again. Thanks for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you. Rumble verse. Don't believe his lies. What was Stalker game called again? It was called Zero Sievert. It's a PvE Tarkov that came out. And I don't know. Everybody that used to play Tarkov is now playing that for now. Which probably should tell me that it's not my scene. Which is fair. Nothing wrong with that. Slash marker, Rumbleverse. I know I said I would never play this again, but then, like, I ran out of things to play, so I decided to play a little Rumbleverse. Hey, look at this. We can get the battle pass and unlock some cool dogs. That looks cool. Let's see what else they got in Season 2. Take a break from the office and chill out by the beach. Be sure to stay clear of any hooks, of course. There's a Season 2 starter pack. I gotta be honest, the squid bucket hat is kind of sick. And explore the new neighborhood at Low Key. The new island of Low Key has arrived. There's so much to do. So much wrong with taking the back streets. You may recall that when we played Rumbleverse last time, I had kind of gotten horrendous, and I think I'll probably like be even worse for now, but let's run the casino anyway. Where will we finish? Will we finish 40 to 26, 25 to 10? I don't remember how we did this. 25 to 11, 10 to 6, 5 to 2, or would you believe a first? I don't know if it's even in the cards for us, but what if they gave us a bot game for our first game back? Okay, you're right. Outside of top 20, 20 to 11. That's the bet. Okay. There's always an unless. Hold on. It says that my microphone is on. I would like to stop that because I don't want to... Although, wait a minute. Did they add... hold on. I got to... Voice chat. Disabled. Thank you. I appreciate that. Holy cow. It was on enabled. That would have been a disaster. But what if they had... not proximity chat, but like Warzone has? The greatest invention Warzone ever added. When you kill somebody, you get access to their mic for like 3 seconds. So you could hear like, ah! He's on me, he's on me, he's on me. Guys! That's one of the smartest things that Warzone has added to the gaming industry without a doubt. That's all the way from Black Ops? Really? I can't believe it. Now, I will say, it's taken us a while to get into a lobby. I'm hoping that means they're filling the lobby with bots. 2 minutes is a long time. Is your queue broken? I don't think so. I think it's possible. Listen, I'm probably the only person who has not played Season 2 yet because it came out like 2 days ago. So, like, they're looking for people that are as bad as I am. That's fair. It happens. Do you have somewhere to be? Well, I have like a limited amount of time in general, but I mean, it's like 2 minutes is okay. I'm okay with 2 minutes. I thought you said yesterday you'd never play this again. Yeah, well, you know, in the year 2003, they didn't know that the Higgs boson existed. The whole thing is, you know, you get new information, you change your conclusions. Your queue has to be broken. I just got a game in 6 seconds. Okay. Let's run it back then. Dirt. I did not DM any death threats to chatters for suggesting I would play Rumbleverse again, okay? All I said was there's no way I would ever play it again. And then, you know, I altered the terms of the deal. Pray I don't alter them further. Why don't you write the docket at the start of the show anymore? Because the show starts at 9 a.m. and 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. is like 7 hours of work in 2 hours of time. I wake up, I poop, I drink a cup of coffee, I change into my gym clothes, I do a 30-minute Peloton ride, get off the Peloton, drink a liter of water, shower, get out of the shower, help my wife get my daughter ready for daycare, feed my daughter some breakfast, get her out the door, and then it's like 8:58 sometimes. They show up at 9:01, people are like late again. People are like waking up at 8:59, rolling over in bed to their laptop and typing, late again, really? So sometimes the show ends up being a little bit more improvisational than it used to be. Why not stream at 11 to 4 your time? Because if I streamed at 11 to 4 my time, that means my wife is going to stream from 4 to 7, which means we're not going to eat dinner until 8, which means my 2-year-old's not going to go to bed until 9:30, 10 p.m., which means my whole life is going to collapse. Why don't you set an alarm if you like the show that much? Or you could just watch the VOD. I never thought I'd see the day that Rumbleverse would come back. Well, don't count your chickens yet, because we're still waiting for a queue. Please. I really, like, I'm giving it another chance. And we've been sitting in the queue for roughly 5 minutes. It's a little much. Don't make me play Zero Seaver, dude. I'm just assuming that it's having a hard time finding matches for me because my stats are amazing, but my rank is horrible. Play the Gladiator game that Dan played yesterday? I did, actually. It's coming to YouTube, but not till next week. Please. Drip check in the meantime. Okay. Take me to the locker room. I mean, I still don't think we deserve to have... You know what? Maybe because we made it back into the game, we could go with some new drip. Okay, I could accept that. Let me get some costume changes here. I enjoyed being Neo. That was fun. Being Neo was a good time. I got into 5 games already. Can't even stream snipe you. I mean, it's like, I just don't know what's happening. To be Neo, you need to have these cool sunglasses on. And you need to have none hair. Can I get bald hair? Like you need to like unequip your head or something like that. Page up, unequip all. Okay, and then this, excuse me. Where's my shoes? I need Neo's shoes. Those are not Neo's shoes. I'll accept those. That's perfect. I would like to save my changes with the C key, please. Okay, we've been waiting for a match for 4 minutes. Play some Marvel Snap while we wait. Don't tempt me. Don't tempt me. I'm gonna cancel my queue. I'm gonna restart the game. Hey, Autobot Tesla, thanks for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you. I'm gonna open up the Epic Game Store again. Me as a game developer, when things are not working. Oh yeah, that's a bug. LOL. Ooh, you had a chance. Yeah, I gave you a chance. You ever hear that 50% of success is just showing up? What made you want to get back onto Rumbleverse? I didn't have any I didn't have anything else that I really wanted to play. So I thought I would give it a try. But I had 0 queues, and then I'm trying to launch it. When I launched it the last time, it said file failed to create. I'm not really trying to create any files. I'm simply trying to throw some haymakers out there. How come they don't want me, man? Come on, come on. Don't screw me on this one. Don't screw me on this one. Have you tried multiverses? No, I will never play another fighting game as long as I live until they come out with a new Smash, okay? That being said, let's play some Rumbleverse. The subreddit seems to suggest that the game is broken. Okay, reddit.com/r/Rumbleverse. Rumble support Twitter says the game is down right now. Season 2 bug reporting. Let me check the subreddit out quickly. I'm really not like the new update. Might uninstall the game. Friends list broken. Season 2 roadmap. Are you going to fix the queues at any time? Okay, hold on. Twitter. Rumbleverse. Support. I'm going to Rumble support. We are continuing to investigate longer matchmaking time and issues with matchmaking regions. We will... Listen. 4 hours ago. We've completed deployment of Season 2 and fixed an issue preventing players from being able to matchmake from the end of the match screen. We are actively investigating longer matchmaking times and will provide an update as soon as possible. 29 minutes ago, we are continuing to investigate longer matchmaking times and issues with matchmaking regions. We'll provide further updates when we have them available. It's the struggle, the Ouroboros of modern gaming. Get bored with the content in a game. They come out with new content, can't play the new content because everybody wants to come back and play the new content. Hey, come back in 2 weeks when the new content is old and less people are interested in it. Then it's going to work like a damn charm. But I don't want to. It's like people are like, I don't eat dinner at 6 p.m. The restaurant's too busy. I eat one dinner at 4 p.m. and one dinner at 9:30. Also, Mimir is on your belt. So true. Okay. Well, I mean, it's just like, honestly, maybe I've learned my damn lesson. Maybe my lesson is I never should have gone back on my damn principles and downloaded Rumbleverse, because like when you get back into this games as a service nightmare, like it's she's driving me crazy. Matchmaking. I'm just looking at Rumbleverse support. Servers are down in Asia. Please, I can't play. My game crashes randomly. Solos are unplayable. Fix the game. Can I tell you, I'm a little scared for Rumbleverse that this tweet from 30 minutes ago about the game not working has 30 likes. That does about as well as my going live tweets. But play Bunker Live? Dude, this shit is like so like good, but also like so bad though. Either way, you know what I'm going to do first? I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'm going to go to the bathroom and think about what to play. And then I'll be back in 2 minutes and we'll figure it out. See ya. It's very funny. It's very funny. You gonna play Rumbleverse in Season 2? No. You gonna play Rumbleverse in Season 2? No. You gonna play Rumbleverse in Season 2? No. You gonna play Rumbleverse in Season 2? Okay, fine, I'll give it a shot. Sorry, the servers are down. How droll, Niles. You make about as much sense as the audiobook for House of Leaves right now, Niles. I'm just going to pay out like a random casino result. I'm going to say, like, what if I won? I'm just joking. We'll delete that one. Delete and return points. Psycho arc. Dude, you know what we should do? Please do not bet heavy on this, all right? Are you ready for this casino? Which casino result will I select? This one, 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 this one. All right, you got 30 seconds. Place your bets. You like gambling, huh? Bro, I can't look at what people are betting because it'll influence what I select. I've already, in my head, I've chosen which one I'm going to select, okay? It does feel like a Saw death puzzle. Okay, the one I am taking is the second one from the bottom. I would like to congratulate Chuck Westmiller, who is about to receive a 10x on their 250,000 points. We got an @Chuck Westmiller clap, easy clap. Do I not have easy? Oh, I do have easy clap. There you go. Let's go! I'm a genius. Oh, man. This is where we're at, huh? Can you enable Let's Go? Can I get a VIP to link me to Let's Go? Is it the like tennis ball that's got spit coming out of its mouth going, let's go? I like that emote. I do like Jake S, though. I try to use Jake S all the time. But it's only enabled in like half the channels that I watch. Nothing's as egregious, and I understand why Dan's doing it. Nothing is as egregious as Dan not enabling KEKW, but selling his own KEKW analog. Like, that shit is insulting to me. But, okay, let's go. Is it this one? It's in 340 channels. Why does that seem like that's not right? 2,000 channels? Now we're talking. Let's add this to the channel. Yep, there it is. That was fast. Best thing Better Twitch TV ever did, dude. Integrating the emotes in like 2 seconds. What about Not Easy? Let me see what Not Easy looks like. That's a little too much for me. Man, what the hell are we going to do? Is my ass really going to be out here playing Bunker Life for 2.5 hours? This seems like, I don't know if I got the mental fortitude for that. For 2.5 hours? Are you serious? My ass actually going to buy and install Zero Sievert and have like a 45-minute tutorial where they tell me what kind of ammo to put into my gun, and then I get shot in the head by like a damn mutant or something like that, and then they're like, you finally finished the tutorial. It's like 8 hours after I have the game started. Pardon me? You know what? We should do a little React Court. That's a sensible one. Handsome Pants. I gotta figure out what to play, if only to save Handsome Pantsum from the gifted subscriptions, man. It's too much. Every time I don't know what to play, he's giving out gifted subscriptions to play Full Aces Tennis Simulator. Can we react to other subreddits? Well, here's the thing. Like, I really like stupid food, but like the stupid food subreddit is just the same 4 channels over and over, except for the Pappy Steak, where they have a briefcase full of Wagyu beef that they hit with a branding iron. Like, the rest of the subreddits are like, it's just like, Tipsy Bartender is like, what if I put a $700 bottle of cognac with some Kool-Aid, and then, yo, could you occify a pepperoni pizza? At first, you put the pizza on the grill. Then you put the grill on the grill. Yo, yes, sir. Can't forget the Bev. Never, never, never. You ever go to Yodi Land? I have no idea what that means, so I'm going to say no. I'm not going to incriminate myself if that ends up being something spicy. You know what I was thinking, though, when you said Yodi? It got me thinking. I was talking about this yesterday. What if there was a Yoda in Star Wars and they introduced him, but like you see the Yoda and you're like, oh shit, that's a Yoda. But then instead of saying like shit backwards, he just said it normally. You would know instantly that that dude was a villain, right? If there was like an after credit scene in the new Star Wars movie and there was a Yoda, and then the Yoda was just like, Luke, I'm hungry. You'd be like, oh shit, this is the baddest motherfucker in like the whole galaxy. Like a menacing Yoda. That's Yaddle? What the hell is... I thought Yaddle was Yoda's wife. He can't get married? Why? Like, because he's already married? Please look up Yaddle. Bro, what are they doing in Star Wars? He's married to the damn Force? What the hell are they doing in Star Wars, man? Yaddle. Look at this shit. He's got like he's got a haircut and everything. Yep, that's Yaddle. Yaddle is a Force-sensitive female being of the same species as Grandmaster Yoda and Grogu. Are you telling me that? Are you telling me that Yoda just talks like that because he's kind of a freak? Like he's just a idiosyncratic old man? That's not like how all the Yodas talk. He just talks backwards for fun? That shit is crazy, man. Oh, man. She trained a Thespiasian Padawan, Oppo Rancisis, who eventually joined Yaddle on the High Council by the time of the invasion of Naboo. In 32 Bed Bath & Beyond, Qui-Gon Jinn brought the Chosen One, Anakin Skywalker, to the Jedi Temple on Coruscant, where he met Yaddle and the Jedi Elders. Following the Battle of Naboo, Yaddle pursued fellow Jedi Master Dooku after observing suspicious behavior on his part. She ended up encountering the Dark Lord of the Sith, Darth Sidious, who ordered the Jedi Master to kill his colleague. Yaddle was subsequently defeated and killed by Dooku, another step on his path to the dark side. What do you mean his path to the damn dark side? Motherfucker chopped Yaddle's head off, and he's almost there. In 14 before Baby Yoda, Yaddle was remembered and mentioned by name by the Latero pilot Grease Dritus, who speculated on her fate during the Great Jedi Purge with his Jedi associates, unaware of Yaddle's actual death date. In 12 BBY, Darth Vader encountered apparitions of several Jedi, including Yaddle, while experiencing a series of Force visions. That's, you know what? I'd like to learn a little bit more about her personality. Yaddle was highly sought after for her great wisdom and also her quiet demeanor, patience, and kindness. She looked up to Yoda, who belonged to the same species as her but was nearly twice her age. Yaddle had auburn hair that she wore in a pair of long plaits, green gold eyes, green skin, and a height of 0.61 meters. She was greatly revered in the Jedi Temple and regarded as legendary by some of the population of the planet Lateron. Yaddle would freely give former advice to her students. That's nice. All right. Yaddle was skilled in little-known and deadly Jedi powers, such as Moritro, an ancient art that enabled the user to slow the opponent's bodily functions to the point of death. How did that not help her against Dooku? She couldn't just stop that dude's metabolism? She made him a little constipated? She utilized Form 3 of lightsaber combat. She was strong enough in the Force to lift massive metal hangar doors and was able to contend briefly with Count Dooku in lightsaber combat, but doing so tired her greatly, possibly due to her great age. And she was fighting a man played by a 92-year-old actor at the time, so sure. Right, yeah. Anyway. It got like 1 billion appearances. I had no idea. Who knew? So there's your story on Yaddle. I do kind of want to see Form 3 of lightsaber combat. What's Form 3? It's also known as the Sorizu, way of the Minok, or the Resilience form. It's the third form of lightsaber combat. It focused more on defense than attack. Proficient in its use, Jedi Master Depa Billaba taught her students, including Caleb Doom, who changed his name to Canon Jarrus after Order 66. Jarrus later used Form 3 against the Grand Inquisitor, who recognized it as a staple of Billaba's instruction and was able to counter Jarrus' attempts to use it against him. What the hell is going on? This shit is crazy. This is too much. Let me look up the forbidden style of Jedi lightsaber work. I can't even tell you guys about this. All I'm going to say is it involves Padawan Imri Kantaros, and I don't think I need to go into any more of it than that, honestly. Also, every time I go to this page, it plays an ad for the Mario movie. I can't, man. I can't. When did we get to Ki-Adi-Mundi? Did you know that guy had 70 kids? Something like that. Or 70 wives? Something like that? Okay, top. This week. Oh, dude. It starts immediately. Did I change did I change anything to just chatting? Am I just sending it here? Are we even still streaming? Where's my Rumbleverse fix? You know, don't tweet them. But I really wish that when I installed Rumbleverse again and went back on my principles, I wasn't immediately rebuked by the universe. Like, the servers are down. I don't understand. This is satire. I don't understand game developers who just make games that don't work. I mean, you would think you're playing in one of the biggest leagues on the planet. You would think they would spend like tens of thousands of dollars to get a sports psychologist. I don't know. Would love your thoughts on this. Anyway, the rumors of React Court's demise, etc., etc. Developers. Stop blaming devs, start blaming managers. You don't know what's going on inside of the company. We could both be right. And also, what is a manager but a developer of people? Anyway, slash marker, React Court. Yeah, we're back with React Court because Rumbleverse doesn't work anymore and the world is a cold, dead place or whatever. Hey, am I the asshole for telling my wife she can stay home this Thanksgiving? The jury has spoken and they say you are the asshole. My wife is a grade A plus. That wife guy spotted a grade A plus wife, dude. Me too. Picky eater. Oh no. Oh, he buried the lead. It's bothersome to a certain degree, but on holidays, basically the shit show begins. She refuses to eat certain meals, and mom would take it personally, which results in a series of arguments between them. As a compromise this year, my wife offered to bring her own food to Thanksgiving dinner. I was stunned. I asked if she thought this through, and she looked at me confused. I told her about how weird it would be to bring her own food, especially when she wouldn't be sharing it with anybody else, and told her to think about how my mom would react. She'd get very offended and upset. My wife said it's not her problem. She was just trying to make it work by bringing her own meal. I told her not again. Wait, I told her again that mom might not like nor even allow this. There is something very, and this is probably not the point of the post, but when a man who's presumably an adult calls his mom in the post instead of my mom or my mother, that just feels wrong. It feels like the post is written by, it's like an email written from one sibling to another. Like, she's not our mom. Stop calling her mom. Even when I talk to my wife, I never just say mom, even though she knows I would be talking about my mom. I always say my mom will be here, blah, blah, blah. I don't just say mommy's coming. It's just strange. I told her again, mom might not like this nor even allow this. She blew up at me asking if I want her to either eat food she doesn't like or go hungry. I suggested she give my mom's food a chance, but she says it wasn't about my mom's cooking. She just doesn't like certain foods. We had an argument. I ended up telling her she could stay home this Thanksgiving and have whatever meals she likes. She got quiet, then lashed out at me, calling me insensitive and negative to say this to her. I repeatedly asked her to calm down. Oh, husband of the year. That should do the trick. But she couldn't stop ranting about how I was basically willing to exclude her from a major event. She started cold shouldering me. Dude, women are always like this. You have an argument, things get personal, the husband says something over the line, and then she's like, doesn't want to talk to me for some reason. What's up with that? She started cold shouldering me about it, while at the same time guilting me, saying I'm treating her poorly after she offered the perfect compromise. And so, update by the way, my wife has decided to spend Thanksgiving with her family, who, by the way, live hours away. So this means unnecessary travel expenses. Seeing your family, unnecessary. Seeing my family, a sacred event that you can't even bring your own food to. Instead, and basically ditch me for a whole week. Y'all happy now? Y'all happy? Reddit, you did this to me. Though I appreciate some insightful comments on the situation, some others not so much, especially with the assumptions claiming my wife has allergies. She does not. Stop trying to take the side of my life partner. Y'all get that from? But anyway, it's all good now. I guess, though, I'm not too thrilled with her decision. I feel like she's doing it to spite me or get me to cave in. Bro, she doesn't, care about you, at all right now. She's not part of the fight anymore. She has sidestepped the fight, and she's living her best life. This is not the right way to handle this situation at all. Am I the asshole? Yeah, because, it just, what's wrong with her bringing her own food to Thanksgiving? It's a holiday, but it's just a meal. Thanksgiving is not a sacred religious feast or anything like that. It's just you eat some turkey, some mashed potatoes, you watch football. I brought my own food to Thanksgiving. I was a vegetarian. I went to Thanksgiving. I brought some frozen samosas, and I ate the frozen samosas. I mean, I cooked them, I didn't eat them straight out of the freezer, but I just don't understand. Is rude to the host? I don't think so. Everybody hated you? No, if any, they kind of taunted me a little bit. Ooh, you want some of this turkey? And I was like, nah, man, the samosas are acceptable. But it's family. Just can't he just like text his mom and be like, hey, my wife's gonna bring samosas this year? I don't understand the problem. She doesn't want to share. Like, so what? Listen, like sharing is good, but you don't have to do it. Like you don't have to bring enough food for the rest of the class. If everybody else, like, I don't understand why it's rude to anybody else at the Thanksgiving dinner. I've never been at Thanksgiving and have somebody bring their own food and been like, oh man, I'm so unhappy. I'm eating turkey, gravy, mashed potatoes, sweet potatoes, green beans, corn, dinner rolls, butter, pumpkin pie, sparkling apple cider, red wine. Like it's a damn feast, man. You're gonna be the kind of guy that shows up to a feast and you're like, oh, she brought that bologna sandwich. Looks freaking choice, man. Did you bring 16 bologna sandwiches for the rest of the people here? Just doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, I just don't see what the wife did wrong here at all. Like, okay, I think it's a little bit crazy that she's a picky eater and can't eat anything at Thanksgiving, which is like, I mean, most people are not picky eaters about like, turkey or mashed potatoes or corn or like bread, at least in the US, okay? I can't speak for the rest of the world. It is a little odd, but like if her choices are, go to Thanksgiving and be unhappy and shove food that she doesn't like in her face to placate this guy's mother. I guess what I'm trying to say, and it comes back to this a lot. When you marry someone, while you're married, you got to be in your spouse's camp instead of your parents' camp, except for situations that are truly insane. You can't side with your mom by default over your spouse. Like you had a whole ceremony about it. You put rings on each other's fingers. Like, do you, husband, agree to sever the relationship that you have with your parents, still keep it, but sever the sacred tie and transfer that tie to somebody else? Do you consent to add a new number one to your MySpace circle? Okay. So like, I don't understand why. I mean, I feel like if I was in this situation, I would be, and my mom was being weird about it, I'd be like, hey mom, listen, I know it's fucking weird that she doesn't eat like turkey and mashed potatoes, but at the same time, if you want her to come to Thanksgiving and not be uncomfortable, then she's got to bring her own food. And if my mom was like no, then I'd be like, well, I can't come to Thanksgiving this year. Maybe we'll try it again next November. Because like it just seems like it's just my take is that it's not a big deal for her to bring her own food. What would make her an asshole if she was like, don't cook turkey and mashed potatoes, don't cook the food you normally cook for Thanksgiving, instead cook something else for everybody to eat that only I want. If she was like, can't we just order 4 pepperoni pizzas this year and put mayonnaise on top of them? Then you would be like, holy cow, she'd be like Reddit enemy number 1. But like, if she is like, I don't want to eat this, and she brought her own food, then who cares? It's not that big of a deal. So I would say, yes, he's the asshole. And I'm doubling down and going like, I'm going asshole squared because he made an update. And I don't know how, like, maybe this is a day later, maybe it's 6 hours later. But if like you're the asshole and then your emotions come down and you're like, I was the asshole. Thanks, Reddit. That's one thing. But if you're the asshole and then like 8 hours later, you're like even more mad about it than you were before, then like you're asshole squared. And I don't give out that verdict very often. You got to give yourself, you got to take a deep breath. You got to count to 10 and then you got to recognize, have some like a look inside of you and say, I'm the problem with this situation. I'm going to apologize. And even if I apologize, it might not make it right straight away, but we'll like work towards it in the future. I don't understand that. It seems crazy. You're the asshole. She offered a compromise. My wife's family does the Feast of the 7 Fishes. I have never heard of this in my life, but I'm a big fish guy. I hate fish, So since I joined the family, it's the feast of the 7 fishes and the chicken. We all get a good laugh, and my mother-in-law is happy to make it for me. Feast of the 7 fishes? Is it 7 different fishes, or is it just 7 like of the same fish? There's 7 different fish courses. Dude, that sounds kind of sick, honestly. I love fish. I love, and honestly, the fishier the better. I know I've said it before. One of the reasons my wife and I have a good relationship, when we order sushi, sometimes you get the ones that are like fishy. They're like mackerel. She passes me her mackerel. Lady's choice. You give me 2 pieces of mackerel. You want my salmon? You want my tuna? I'm kind of bored with the tuna at this point. I know everyone's like, oh, the tuna is so good. Oh, my favorite sushi, toro. I love toro. Okay, then you take my toro. Go ahead. And I'll take your mackerel. I love that fish oil, man. You know what? Listen, we're going too sushi pilled. Toro is fine. It's not bad. It's just I'm kind of over it. Negatoro. Oh man, when they mince the tuna and then they mix it with the radish and put a little like sliced green onions on top. Oh man. Now we're talking. Anyway, I think he's the asshole. She offered yeah, right, we did this one. The Feast of the 7 Fishes and the Chicken. You're the asshole for not standing up for your wife. She's trying very hard to make the holidays work for your family, but you only care about your mommy's feelings. Capital M, doing psychic damage to the OP for sure. If your mother is so thin-skinned she can't handle the idea that people have different dietary needs, she doesn't get to host parties. Well, she does. She just gets to only invite insane people. Your update makes you absolutely the asshole. Hundreds of people are telling you need to support your wife, and you got angry that she's going to go to her family who does support you. Man, you are a terrible husband. Usually, I'm like, you can't read that much into it, but I would say this might be a rare exception. I don't know if it's true, but he's definitely playing the role of a terrible husband. She came up with a solution to endure the hell that is being around your mother. Okay, now did the mother do anything in the post except cook the Thanksgiving feast? I get the idea that, like, it seems like the mother is you-know-what, because the son is like, oh, mom might not like it, but the son might just be like a big puss, honestly. I don't want to tell my mom something that might disappoint her. The mom... He might text his mom and be like, she's going to bring samosas to Thanksgiving. And mom would be like, let's go, You told her you were too scared of mommy to even allow your wife to suggest finding a solution. Gosh, mommy is so scary. When she told you you were insensitive to her legitimate problem, you told her to calm down. Ugh, women, right? Come on, dude. You should be thankful your wife isn't picky about the man she marries. Oh, man. Oh, that last sentence made me spit out my coffee. I can't. OP, you're the asshole. User received Reddit this for this post. Info, has your mother attempted to... Okay, listen. We know this. There's no controversy here. This person they're out of line, okay? Am I the asshole for kicking a girl I didn't know out of my wedding? Hey, Matters of Darkness, thanks for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you. Thank you. I mean, it depends on the situation. If they're like a +1 and you kick them out because you don't know them, like that's what a +1 is. If you knew who they were, their ass would be like invited. If they broke into your reception and were like stealing food out of the trays or something like that, this is a different story. But anyway, okay, pop it down here. My husband and I, both 27, got married a few weeks ago. He's obviously still upset about it, but I don't think I was. Hey, listen, we got to work on our writing skills here. He's not upset about the wedding. He's upset about this incident that happened at the wedding. We only gave +1s to married couples or if we knew the significant other well. Why does this come up so often? You have so much to already worry about, like at your own wedding. It's way too much work for some shit that is like 5 to 6 hours long with the ceremony plus the reception. it takes like months for most people to plan. Why complicate it by being like, I'm going to draw a delineating line on every single guest? I mean, like, yeah, that's also valid. I get that it's more expensive, but like, if you either got to give like no plus ones, or you got to give a plus one to everyone that you invite. And if you're fucking worried about the price, just get married at City Hall and then like go out to Coyote Ugly or something afterwards. Like, I don't understand. I get that it's expensive. Also, the husband and a wife is not plus one. They're one unit. When you send the wedding invitation to a person, if they have a spouse and it's not like an incredibly small intimate wedding, it's an implicit plus one. It always says like to Mr. and Mrs. Levinson Gould, you know? Anyway. I was a plus one at a wedding when I was probably 19. I had never met the bride nor the groom in my entire life. I went to the ceremony, paid my penance, paid my dues, sitting there for 45 minutes watching two strangers I've never seen and have never seen again get married in a church I've never been to. I have no idea what happened in their marriage since, but then I ate a pretty nice meal in an outdoor heated tent and ripped up the open bar like it was going out of style. I think I have an obligation to pay it forward, okay? If I'm going to invite a single person or a person that's in a casual relationship to my wedding, if I respect the person enough to invite them to see me at my most vulnerable and intimate, then sure, they can bring someone along as well for the ride. I don't want them to have to be the third wheel to married couples. Like, this shit is like just fucking weird. Anyway. We only gave plus ones to married couples if we knew the SO well. My husband has one childhood friend that was coming from out of state to attend. I met him a bunch, but only his girlfriend of 3 years a few times because of the distance. I didn't want to give him a plus one, but my husband, he's been dating this girl for 3 years, and you didn't want to give him a plus one? Like, that's you're getting pretty serious. And you met her. Yeah, like she's not a stranger. Please tell me this isn't the woman that got kicked out of the party. I didn't want to give him a plus one, but my husband begged since he was traveling and didn't know anyone else at the wedding and he didn't want him to be uncomfortable or have to travel alone. I said fine, just to make him happy. Flash forward to the reception. I see him with some girl I've never seen before. I asked husband what was up. He told me his friend and his girlfriend broke up a few days before the wedding. Since he had already RSVP'd us too, he brought a friend with him. I was pissed since I made an exception for him and didn't want anyone random at my wedding. I had one of the bridesmaids go to him and tell him he could stay, but can his date please go back to the hotel? This is a private event. You're crazy. You've lost your mind. You're out of control. You realize, it sounds like you're probably spending upwards of 10 grand on this wedding. What is this one extra guest going to cost? They already bought the food. I don't understand what's the issue. They're already there. The damage is, if there's any damage, and I wouldn't consider it damage in the first place, the damage is already done. He said okay and didn't make a fuss, but he left with her and didn't come back. I thought everything was fine and had a great night. My husband found out the next day and we got in an argument. He's mad because his friend traveled and I kicked him out without talking to him. I didn't kick him out, just his date. Sanest Redditor. Is this what we call a bridezilla? Now it's a few weeks later. My husband still brings it up from time to time, and his friend hasn't been answering his texts. I kind of feel bad because, but it was my wedding. I didn't want any strangers there. Yes, the asshole. Of course. I mean, if somebody broke into your wedding and then, was eating food out of the cloche or something like that, or you taking a handful of wedding cake, then yeah, you can kick them out. But kicking out your guests plus one is a little crazy. I don't understand. I also don't understand why she did it. I also don't understand what the hell's going on in this r/Fusebox Games post on the sidebar, but I'm very uncomfortable. Well, now you know how I felt when you kissed Eddie, and it's two cartoon ladies hanging out in like a cabana, I don't know what's. I've seen enough mobile game advertisements to know, I think, what happens next. I don't know. I'll go check it out and let you know. Okay, thank you. Thank you. You're the asshole. What is the what? Yeah, no, I mean, like, I already gave my verdict, so we'll read the comments here, but I mean, I just don't understand. Like, it's not just like that's like something you shouldn't do, but like, why are you worried about that? Like, it's your wedding. Just chill out. It's like trying to, like, you're on a train, it's already left the station, and you're like, oh no, like, I wanted to actually upgrade my seat. It's like, this shit is in motion, baby. You got to just sit back and pull out like the iPad or something like that. You just got to relax as much as you can. And then later be like, talk to your husband and be like, I can't believe that he brought a new girl when we said we weren't going to have plus ones. And then your husband would be like, yeah, I know. I'll talk to him about it. And he would never text him, but you would at least feel like you guys are on each other's team, right? Like, just let them be at the wedding and then save your insane complaint for after when he can no longer tell you what he really thinks about it because you're joined in holy matrimony. There's a balance to all this stuff. A spouse is someone you don't do insane things. You think insane things and then you tell them to your spouse later. I don't hit people with my car, but sometimes I'd come home from driving and I was like, I should have hit them with my car. And she's like, yeah, well, no, but, and that's the way it goes. That's what keeps this blue marble spinning, okay? I tell you guys about it too. That is true. Yeah. Okay. Well, you're the asshole. What is the actual harm of them being there at that point? He had a plus one. It's unlikely he knew you gave him a dispensation on your special day. This comes off as power hungry. I'm telling you, it's Bridezilla. You're a ginormous asshole. You're the asshole. Oh, man. You were so concerned about making the wedding perfect for yourself that you ruined it for your husband. You're the asshole. Science is all about coulda, not shoulda. You were so concerned about whether or not you could. Forgot to consider whether or not you should. One of the most finest microgeneticists the world has ever known, and he spared no expense, Jimmy. You gave him a plus one and he used it, then you were rude and revoked it during the reception. His plus one also did nothing wrong. Sorry, Bridezilla, but you're the asshole. It's non-controversial. Okay. It's non-controversial. We move on. Let's get into some slight controversy. Just so you guys know, if you're interested, let me scroll here for a second. There's a new loot drop happening at Burger King. Cop a Whopper meal and get a unique code for a BK Call of Duty skin and double XP for Call of Duty Modern Warfare. Level up with this offer available for a limited time. If you buy a Whopper meal from this person who is definitely not Dr. Disrespect. Can I copy your homework? Yeah, but don't make it too obvious. Redeem a bonus BK operator skin and 2 XP token. That is Professor Rudeness right there. How am I the asshole for letting my mother have a copy of the key to our new home despite my wife's objection? Let's see. Dude, I hate this similar to this post sidebar. Number one post, blatant misogyny. Like, that's the name of the subreddit. I'm assuming it's not glorifying it. I'm assuming it's making fun of it, but still. Just someone sends something horrible to them on DM because I made a post about how my husband ordered me a pizza. Come on. Am I the asshole for letting my mother have a copy of the key to our new home despite my wife's objections? I recently bought a one-story house. Note that it was purchased solely by me. My wife did not help me save for it. I started saving for it before I even met her, and it's in my name. We'll see how the courts feel about that one. When my parents threw us a party for this happy occasion, Mom asked for a copy of the key in case of an emergency. I let her have it, which made my wife upset. She didn't say anything at the time, but she waited till we were alone and started arguing with me, saying I shouldn't have let my mother have a copy of the key. I said, why? Since my mother is known to respect privacy and is a very trusted member of the family. She said she doesn't feel comfortable with the idea of someone else who's not a resident having a copy of the key. She also brought up how my mother didn't pay a penny towards the house. Oh, here we go. I can tell where this is going already. The male urge to own someone in a conversation against your own best interests. I felt it. As soon as he wrote that his wife said his mom didn't contribute to the financial wherewithal of the house, I was like, here it comes. She didn't either. It's just something in the masculine brain that is like, I can land a shot here. I can score some points with the judges. So this should disqualify her from getting the key. I said it wasn't a big deal, but she kept persisting, saying I need to take, oh, well, maybe it's just me, actually. Saying I need to take the key back. Quite frankly, this had me fuming. I pointed out that I'm the one who bought the house, and it's my decision to decide who gets a copy of the key. End of story. She screamed at me, saying that technically she did contribute to the house savings back when she used to pay for our rent and daily expenses while I saved money. Bro. I saved all this money. Look, you decided to pay for all of our bills and our rent out of the goodness of your heart. That has nothing to do with my ability to save money. Are you stupid? You're crazy. Well, like on the one hand, sure, maybe it doesn't matter if she didn't pay for the house considering they're married. So like everything they own is like basically, I don't know, it depends legally on where they are, I guess. But at least in Canada, it's like whether you paid for it or she paid for it, it belongs to both of you. Zedai Hero Nisa, thanks for the gifted subscriptions, by the way. Thank you. But moreover, this dude's acting like he bought the house he scrimped and saved, but the only reason he was able to scrimp and save was because of the fact that she was paying for everything in the first place while he was saving the money? It's like those posts that are like, here's how I paid off my student loans in 1 year. And it's like, I never bought coffee outside. I made lunch in my house. I canceled subscription services that I didn't need. And also my parents paid for my rent the entire time and also dropped off groceries 2 times a month. Like, it's like, then the reason you did it is because you fucking idiot. They gave you money. They didn't deliberately say, here's your student loans repaid. But what they did say is, we're going to hold you up while you knock that shit out for yourself, and then we're going to let gravity take you back down to earth when it's easier for you. I told her that she was acting as if I put my mom's name on the title, which is ridiculous, but she said I have no respect for her opinions and kept undermining her input. We've been going back and forth on it since then. She's now letting me know that if I don't take the key back, she'll do it herself. Based, girl boss? She's now letting me know if I don't take the key back, she'll do it herself. I think she's being irrational and unreasonable and acting like that over a copy of the house key. The decision I made could save us in case of an emergency, but she kept downplaying it. ETA. I think it's crucial to mention there's no conflict between my mother and my wife. They're on near perfect terms. All right. I thought I already established that above. Well, like, I think ETA, it seems like edit to add. But I don't know if that's a made-up acronym. I don't know if I've ever seen it before. So I think it is a little weird. I don't think she's doing anything necessarily sneaky. But I think it is a little weird to be this upset that your spouse's parent has a house key. Like, what does she think's gonna happen? They're gonna like steal her stuff. It does add like a liability. What if your mother-in-law loses the house key? What if she opens the door and, lets your dogs out or something like that? But that's, you just say, hey, don't lose that. Hey, don't let my dogs out, and stuff like that. So I think she's going like a little over the top. But I do also think it's like, it's her right, because it is, you can't be married to someone and be like, this is my house. Like, that's just not, it's not how it works. Just saying it out loud is making me laugh. It's not your house. Like, you live there together and you're married. Like, it's a shared asset, even if not legally, but usually legally, because it's like, you're using it together. Go find your own house. I mean, I'm surprised you didn't say like, maybe you could go buy your own house and decide who does and doesn't get a key. But it's a little, I don't know. It's both of this is just kind of weird to me. Um, Listen, this is rare for me. I do think it's in everybody sucks here. I do think the wife has the right to say that person doesn't get a key to the place where I also live. But I do also think is weird. And the husband is definitely a bit of an asshole in the situation for sure. Mostly for not acknowledging that his wife did contribute to the household by paying the bills while he was saving money. Like if she's paying your bills and you're using the money that you saved on the bills to save money, she's helping you. She's paying half into the savings fund. Like you got to understand that, right? Just because it's in your name. This guy, he's just obsessed with titles too. He's obsessed with the deed and the pink slip and the who's got the routing number and what's the bank's address. Like he's all tied up in the legality and he's missing the obvious stuff that you're going 50-50. I mean, you could do your finances when you're married however you want. It's just like, I don't know, like don't let this happen. Because this is not real. It's not your house. It's your house. It's not his house. It's his and hers. Anyway, I mean, I'm giving it an everybody sucks here. I think he sucks more, but I think that I'm not even saying she's doing anything wrong. It just seems a little crazy. You wouldn't be okay with his mom having a key, because I just want her to articulate what she's worried about. I guess she could be like, I'm just uneasy with it, and that's fine. But suck it up, I guess, because I think it would be sick, to have my in-laws have a key. Wouldn't have to pay for a cat sitter, come in and water our plants and stuff like that, pick up our mail. This sounds nice to me. But I think he's worse because I don't know why he's so obsessed with the deed. You mentioned the deed like 5 times. Yeah, because I forgot if I said it or not. It's not like if I put my mom's name on the deed. My name's on the title. I paid for the house with the money she allowed me to save. You're the asshole. And this is why you can't trust no one when it comes to money. You played your wife. You probably told her you would. What is this insane post that is fan fiction? You probably told her you would save for a shared home, and that's why she should support you and pay your share of the rent. Now she didn't contribute a penny to your house. Your house. She gets no say, but your mom does. Lol. You're the asshole. Supreme Court just ass. User received Reddit gold for this post. 55,000 upvotes. There's a little bit of, I'm not going to say projection, but the little fantasy there. You're the asshole. She paid all your expenses while you saved, and she's not even on the title. Info. She paid all the rent while you were saving. Why isn't her name on the deed? It's called financial abuse, and it's a common tactic used by narcissistic assholes to maintain power in the relationship. I don't know. Listen, we don't know enough about this to start to I'm not saying that this doesn't exist. I'm just saying we don't know if this is a situation where he's doing this. I don't even know who's on the title to our house. Kate, do you know? Is this something we should be looking up? I think we're both on the title. We both had to be there and sign a bunch of papers. That's for sure. I remember that. But I don't have like a safe in my house with a bunch of documents in it that's like, here's the deed. Bro, actually the law is like kind of silly. You know what even if, like, let's say Kate wasn't on the deed to our house, it seems like a stupid system where I could be like, well, Your Honor, we were married, and she lived in the house with me for a decade, but it's actually my house because of this piece of paper right here. And the judge is like, well, my hands are tied. The piece of paper does only have your name on it. So, it's the same. It just seems weird, right? It's like the same way when people are like, make sure you read the contract, which you should always do. But in the fine print, it could be like, you owe me $1,000,000, blah, blah, blah. Like you wouldn't just go into court and be like, well, Your Honor, I was signing like an end user license agreement to download XCOM. And all of a sudden it says I owe 2K $1,000,000. And they'd be like, well, did you fucking sign it? Sorry. It looks like you signed it, so my hands are tied. Finders keepers. We should bring back common sense law. You know, like the Code of Hammurabi. I got to think about that one a little more. Will lead us to kings. Will freaking lead us to kings. But do you ever think that maybe like the law like needs to be rebuilt from the ground up? Because it's like when you write code, right? You're like, I'm going to make an elegant program. And then you're like, oh, there's an edge case. Okay, I'll compromise my ideals slightly to build in something to handle that edge case. And then it's just edge case, new framework, edge case. Someone got fired. We don't know how to rebuild the method that they did, so we're going to do it over here in like we're going to just rig it up ourselves. And then you just, at some point, don't you go like, I got to just tear this shit down and start from the beginning. I feel like that's like the law. We got to bring this shit back to like, let's start with like law number 1, don't kill people. And then we'll build it from there, but better. Anyway, I don't know what I'm talking about. I think this is just a crazy post. Why is your analogy so accurate? I have an associate's diploma in software engineering. I know a little bit. I can fizz buzz with the best of them. Ooh. Am I the asshole for asking for a morning off from my baby on the weekends? I think I can already tell you how this is going to go. I'm going to guess that this is something like my wife watches the baby all week and I work all week, so I'm tired on Saturday. And let's see how the conversation goes from here. Hey, thank you for the raid. Hold on, I saw it. Zeus 007, a Greek god and also a secret agent. Is there anything they can't do? Enjoy some React Court. We're going to be here for a bit, I think. Oh my God, it's only 12:18. It's been a high resistance stream today. Don't say God of War. Don't say God of War. My wife and I have a 6-month-old baby girl. She's mostly a stay-at-home mom. At age 6? It's ambitious. I know. Listen, I like to call in the ambiguity of the English sentence sometimes. She's mostly a stay-at-home mom. She works 2 half-days a week, and her sister watches the baby. I work full-time and go to school 1 day a week. We've always had an arrangement where she takes care of the household duties while I happily support her monetarily. How honestly, we're both living our dream life, and my wife does an absolutely spectacular job taking care of me and our little one. Okay? On the weekends, we share baby duty. We usually make sure each of us gets our own alone time to do whatever we want. However, our girl has hit a bit of a sleep regression, waking up every 2 hours since my wife breastfeeds. She's always taking care of the baby full-time overnight. She's a light sleeper and unfortunately has insomnia, whereas I am a deep sleeper and wouldn't wake up for baby cries anyways. Okay, I see that this is getting worse. I'm scared about how this is going to go. Recently, my wife has been asking me to wake up with the baby both days on the weekends so she can get an extra hour of sleep. Baby wakes up around 7 a.m. I get the baby dressed and take over for that hour, but sometimes I want to be the one who gets to sleep in an extra hour. I brought this up to her, and she says while she's happy to let me nap during the day, she really needs that hour because she can't nap like I can. Okay, so far, this is a couple that is having a disagreement and are handling it amicably. We got into an argument about it, saying I'm being very insensitive. I know she's exhausted and can't nap during the day, and she struggles getting back to sleep every time the baby wakes up, but I'm exhausted too. Work wears me out and school days are long. Sometimes want that extra hour in the morning. I don't want to spend my time off napping. I want to play video games and chill out. I've gotten mixed opinions on who is in the wrong here, or if there is even anyone in the wrong. Am I the asshole for asking us to share mornings off for sleep? Listen, you guys were like 45, 55. Until you said, I don't want to use my time off to sleep. I want to play video games. It's not because video games are not a worthwhile hobby or pursuit. It's just that your sleep and your spouse's sleep take precedent on it when you have a baby. If you want to stay up and play video games as the dad, and I don't do this because I respect my body and my psyche. If you want to play video games as the dad, then when you put the baby to sleep at night, maybe it's 8, maybe it's 9, you play the fucking games until 2 a.m. and then you wake up at 6:30 to go to work in the morning. You sacrifice on your own end you rob your own Peter to pay your own Paul. You don't rob anybody else's bucket to give yourself the video game time. You rob your own bucket wherever you can. If you think you desperately need the alone time for whatever, it could be reading a book, it could be playing video games, it could be, whatever, something leisurely, then, if you guys are both under control, if you're both cool, sure, take an hour here or there. If you're both, like, first 6 months is fucking, shit, it's Juno Beach, right? Like, you gotta start with the foundation of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Is everyone eating? Is everyone drinking enough water? Is everyone getting sleep? Then you don't worry about self-actualization until, maybe when she's like a year and a half, you can start to get back to that. So yeah, like, he is the asshole though. Like, I mean, I don't think he's a bad guy. Here's a little secret about having kids, and I only have one, right? Like, that's, we're still in the tutorial. But like, fucking, you're tired. She's tired. Guess what? Fucking everyone's tired. Get up, go to work, look after your kid while you're tired, cook them some like grilled cheese while they're tired. You cook, I can't keep my eyes open any fucking longer. Give them the grilled cheese. They throw the fucking grilled cheese across the room. You pick it up. You're tired. You left a little grease on the floor. You go get a paper towel and buff it out when you're fucking tired. Like, you're tired like a lot. So you should be handling, you and your spouse need to look after each other. You're not allied against the baby, but like, you have to make sure that like you're like rock climbers. One of you is climbing and one of you is belaying, So like when one person's climbing, every once in a while, the belayer should be like, hey, you good up there? You need me to take some of the resistance for you? It shouldn't be like once the person climbs the mountain and they're like, okay, your turn. You're like, actually, I just want to eat a snack down here. Sorry, your ass was belaying while I was climbing. Now your ass has got to climb while I belay, okay? It's a team game. So I don't think, he's not like an asshole, like he didn't threaten violence against anybody, but it's just like, everybody's tired. That's listen, I have an easy job, especially physically speaking. But like, I'm a little tired after work sometimes. Looking after the baby is like 10 times more tiring. Like, I think most of the time if you work a physical job, is maybe different. But if you work like a white collar job, the person doing the stay at home duties, whether it's a stay at home mom or a stay at home dad, is probably more exhausted than you. Because you get to talk to adults all day and they have to debug like a machine that only makes one noise. And if they make a mistake, shit could go real wrong, like real quick. So anyway, I'm just saying, I'm not trying to make it a contest. I'm just saying, like, you have to make each other a higher priority than playing the video games. Now, like, our kid is 2. There's some times where I go to Kate and I'm like, usually it would like maybe be like a Friday night or a Saturday night. I'll be like, hey, just so you know, I would really love to have just like an hour off. If you could handle her nap tomorrow so I could just do whatever I want for an hour, that would be great. And she says, okay. And then like 45 minutes into, like the hour starts and I'm like, what am I going to do with all this free time? And then I do nothing. And after like 35 minutes, I'm like, I guess I'll just help out because I don't know, it's completely destroyed my abilities to have any hobbies. I might as well just, fill up the family bucket a little bit more. And Kate will do the same thing to me. She'll be like, I have this like a Japanese lesson. Can you watch her for 2 hours? And I'm like, absolutely, no problem. But At 6 months, you're in the shit, dude. You're in Charlie company, man. You don't get to take a day off when you're behind enemy lines. You kind of just gotta suck it up. I know you want to play God. You see the damage that God of War is doing to families across North America right now? On the one hand, I have a 6-month-old infant, and both me and my spouse are like tired and stressed out. On the other hand, it has a 94 Metascore right now, and I don't want to miss the discourse. I don't want to miss the discourse. You're the asshole. If she's taking all the night duty because you don't wake up, then you get the morning duty when you do wake up so she can catch up on her lost sleep in the night. You want a morning off? Give her a night off. It's so simple when you put it that way. You're the asshole. You don't think she wants to just chill out and do something on her own time? She's working too by not just going to work, but also taking care of the baby. The least you could do is give her some time to sleep in. That's the other thing. Like, I know I'm in danger of being too based, but like being a stay-at-home parent is a job, and you get paid for it. The way you get paid is by not having to pay for daycare, and that shit sometimes pays very well. Like, we have daycare 4 days a week for a month, and that shit is like $1,400 a month, something like that. And we live in a province and a country where there's like rebates on that. So we're actually like paying below market rate for daycare. So like if you're paying, if you're a stay-at-home parent, even in our situation, that you're making $1,400 a month just by looking after the kid. And that's only for 4 days. Add in a fifth day, I don't know, you'd be looking at like almost $2,000 a month, and that's after the rebates. So I don't even know if the government didn't like subsidize it, probably no kids would be in daycare because the shit would be like $3,500 a month. Hey, Vookie, thanks for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you. Don't even get me started on that 6th day. You mean the Arnold Schwarzenegger movie? I haven't seen that one yet, but I did only see Total Recall. Or I did just see Total Recall. 2K is still only like a $35,000 salary. Okay, but like you don't understand. You got to evaluate versus your counterfactuals. Somebody's got to look after the kid. You're either getting daycare or you got like a family member, which would be amazing, or you leave your 6-month-old at home and you go out to work for it. You're like, sorry, the opportunity cost of doing this is simply too great. I could save $35,000 on daycare, but this job pays me $80,000. What do you think the odds are they'd be okay if I just left them in the crib from 8:30 a.m. until 5? They'd probably be fine, right? Yeah, plus it's tax-free, kind of. Listen, we don't need to get into it. But you're the ass? Okay, yes. Unless you're going to offer to take over the feeding through formula, the only time she gets a break if baby is sleeping or if she's off to work. That's definitely also, I didn't even mention that. But like, as a dad, I don't want to say you got it easy in the first year, because like nobody's got it easy. But like, the mom has no choice. If she's breastfeeding, if the baby's hungry, she's on the damn clock. So it's kind of, and it, I didn't learn this like day one, but it's pretty much your responsibility to do like everything else. Because there's like a ton of stuff that is being done every day that you literally can't do. So like if you see something that needs to be done, it kind of falls on you to do it. Plus, like, listen, your kid is 6 months old. When our kid was 6 months old, look, there's a lot of work. But when she is like, she's not even really like crawling around that much. You just put her in like the baby bouncer and give her like a rattle. You can play Rocket League or something like that. Like just chill out. You wait, and listen, it's easier to parent like a 2-year-old than a 6-month-old. Don't get me wrong, because I can actually like ask my child what's wrong. And like what it doesn't mean that it's like a what's wrong? I'm hungry. Here's some food you like. Thank you, Daddy. Like it becomes more of like a Clarice versus Hannibal Lecter type thing sometimes. You know, I was driving my daughter home from daycare yesterday. She tried to get fucking Scarlet Witch into my brain. Just driving her home yesterday. She says, "Daddy, you are not a good driver." I was just safely driving home, minding my own business, and like just catching a heater for absolutely no reason whatsoever. I don't know what you wanted me to do. Be like, skirt. There's sometimes, you know what it is sometimes because we live in a city, there's traffic. And when she wants to go home and have like a chocolate egg, she's like, "Daddy, drive faster." And I'm like, look at you can fucking drive faster. There's cars in front of me. Anyway. But if you think it's exhausting at 6 months, wait till she's 2. And it might even get harder from then. Wait till she's 2 and she's running around and she's jumping. And then you're like, "Don't do that. You're going to fall." And then she falls and she's like, "Ah." And you're like, "I told you." And then you're like, "Here's a Band-Aid." And she's like, "Thank you, Daddy." And you're like, "Oh, so sweet." And then she's like, "I want another Band-Aid." And I'm like, "I already put a Band-Aid on your boo-boo." And she's like, "I got another boo-boo." And I'm like, "Okay, where's your other boo-boo?" And she's like, "It's on my knee." And I'm like, I roll up her pants and I'm like, "Right here." And I'm like, "There's no fucking boo-boo there." And she's like, "I want a Band-Aid." And I'm like, "Okay, here's all the band." We were spending like $25 a month on Band-Aids just to placate her. You think it's exhausting at 6 months? Get ready. Like it doesn't. I'm not saying it doesn't get easier, but it should. You're not stopping the hustle anytime soon. Wait until instead of just taking the baby for a walk while they're in the stroller, your outside baby duty is taking them to the park and then being in this position, squatted on your heels in the sandbox, going, "Oh yeah. What are you doing? Oh, really? Oh, you're making like a sand fish. Okay, wow, that's cool. Wait until you're doing that for 2 hours every Saturday and Sunday. Walking up to other parents. I think your little one there has our shovel. Can we get that back? Anyway. But you lean. I'm not resenting it. I love it and I volunteer for it. That being said, I'm just saying, like, welcome to the fucking show, brother. You want to play some video games? You want to start building a list? You can pencil some in maybe 2026, something like that. Better, they're not closing up the Disney Vault anytime soon. Or you could just become a streamer, I guess. But anyway, you could just make it your job and then just scroll Reddit all day. Or you can play Marvel. You can play like 2 games of Marvel Snap before she notices you're neglecting her. Sure. It's called self-care. Anyway, just imagine the payoff when 2026 comes around. No, but then that's the thing. And I've seen this from dads of older kids. They'll make posts that are like, when I had no free time, all I wanted to do was have free time. Now my kid is like 12 and I don't know what to do with myself. And that's why you end up with like dads who are just like, I'm just going to like be on the couch. They don't even have the TV on. They're just sitting there like. You know, my dad, when he wants to buy something, it doesn't have to be like a car. When he wants to buy like a chair, he does like 100 hours of research. Looks at every morning he goes to Wayfair, IKEA, Amazon, driving around to like local hardware stores. What are the reviews on this chair? What kind of wood is this chair made out of? But then there's a new chair sale coming in August. I just want to wait and see what the chairs get like. That's what you got to do. You go through this period where you have like a lot of free time. As a teenager and a young adult, I had a staggering amount of free time. You become like no offense, but like a real adult. More and more responsibilities fall on you, to maintain your household and, go see family and stuff like when you're like 20 and they're like, oh, can you visit grandma? You're like, no, fuck her. And then when you're like 25, you're like, okay, let's visit grandma. Like, I'm part of the family. You reintroduce yourself into the fold and your free time gradually declines. And then when you become, a parent, it goes to like zero. But I'm not sure if you ever, I think it's probably a struggle on the other side when your free time starts coming back to figure out how to. Before, when you had so much free time, you're like, oh, I'm so busy. I think as your responsibilities recede a little bit, you're probably like, what the hell do I do to fill this hole? I guess you volunteer or play golf or something like that. But anyway, sorry, I got a little sidetracked there. Marvel Snap. Yeah, Marvel Snap. I needed nighttime support from my partner when my child was a newborn. He didn't take it serious, and it took more effort for me to wake him up to help him than it was to just do it myself. I stopped feeling like a human. The resentment never went away. We divorced when the kid is 2. Owned, honestly. Well, our kid is not 3 yet, but we're going to beat you. Sorry. Skill difference. We don't know. This could be made up. It's all creative writing. Let me get the humor in while it lasts, okay? I also feel like you got to know your spouse. Like Kate and I have not a dilemma, a balance is actually the word I'm looking for. Kate needs sleep. That's like the number one thing she needs, and everybody needs it, but that's like her highest tier requirement on Maslow's hierarchy of needs. For me, it's like number 2. I mean, as long as we're ignoring like oxygen. For me, number 1 is food, for sure. Like if I'm hungry, it's just the countdown till like I say something I regret, which is why I eat all day, pretty much continuously. So we have a balance in that where like if the baby wakes up during the night or if she's having a hard time getting to sleep, usually, not always, but usually I am the person who volunteers and is like, oh, she woke up crying 2 times last night at like 2 and 5. I'll go in, I'll put her back to sleep, and then I'll like sleep on the ground next to her for a little bit. No problem. But then the caveat there is if I'm ever like, it's time for lunch, she doesn't get to say, now let's just wait 30 minutes. That's... We were waiting for 30 minutes for the last 30 minutes. You just didn't know. So we got to get that lunch ASAP. In order to keep, it's like when your car says it's running out of gas, you don't go, just hold on a bit. You say, Siri, where's the closest gas station, right? And it works that way. Or it works for us that way. Yeah, I've been waiting for lunch since before I had breakfast. Right after I eat breakfast, I'm like, man, I start daydreaming about what I'm going to have for lunch. Even if I know I'm just going to have a ham sandwich, it's the quantum superposition of lunch that maybe I'm not going to have a ham sandwich. Maybe I'm going to have some pizza. Maybe I'm going to have some poke. Maybe I'm going to have a samosa. I don't even know. Maybe I'm going to have some dosa. I don't know. And then I'm like, I'll just make a ham sandwich. It's quick. But then I'm like, oh, for dinner, maybe I'll have some Korean fried chicken. Maybe I'll have some pho. Maybe I'll have some, you get the idea. Maybe I'll have some crudité. Rip OP. You're going to be buried in the you're the asshole judgments here. She works PT, takes care of the baby, has to do all the housework, has to do all the night feedings, can't sleep, but sure, you'd like an hour. You are out of the house all week and you do what? Spend 1 hour a day helping to take care of your kid and you would like more time to play games? You have no idea what her day looks like, do you? Take 3 days off and send her on a mini vacay to sleep somewhere and see all the stuff that she does on a daily basis on repeat. True? Yeah, true. For sure. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's completely understood. I can put myself in the dude's shoes. Like a year ago, you were playing video games like crazy because your wife was pregnant and she probably didn't like the way you smelled, even though you smelled the same way you always smell. It just does something to the olfactory system in some women, right? So you were like, man, look at all this free time I got to play video games. And then like a year later, that shit goes from like 10 to 0. And you're like, I'd really like to have some recreation time. So would everybody, is the thing. You gotta, it's not, I don't think he's doing like a bad, it's human. But what you do is you go in the group chat and you go, oh, I wish I had more time. You don't go to your spouse and be like, sorry, honey, could you like be better at napping. Like, anyway. There's a lot of asshole posts this week. It's kind of a juicy week. Am I the asshole for calling my sister selfish for announcing her pregnancy at our parents' house? My husband and I have been having a long struggle with infertility. We have been getting treated and trying for a baby since 2017, but nothing worked. My husband is understandably devastated, as he'd always wanted kids but never got the chance to be a father. Okay, that's fair. That's fair and hard. But he's super sensitive around the infertility topic. This, my family knows. Days ago, we got together with family for dinner. All of a sudden, my sister and her husband announced that they were expecting. We were stunned, me and my husband, I mean. As for the others, they were thrilled. As everyone got up to congratulate them, my husband got up, pushed his chair to the side, and walked out. They all stared at me, but I got up and told my sister she messed up by announcing her pregnancy like this, and with zero consideration for my husband knowing how he feels about this topic. She got defensive, saying his issues with the topic. Listen! I don't know. To be honest, I know I haven't read the rest of the post. I know everybody in chat saying you're the asshole. If the sister knew that the husband was really beaten up over this, I'm not saying it is not within her purview to announce it at a family dinner, but like, she could have been more sensitive about it. That's it. I'm not saying that it was like a intentional moment of weakness, but it's something that people are very sensitive about, justifiably. Like, I honestly didn't know. I know it sounds naive, but like the only reason I found out is because like on r/Peloton Cycle, the subreddit for people that are obsessed with riding a stationary bike, a lot of instructors had gotten pregnant, and there were people that were making posts that were like, it's actually like hard for me to do a ride with my favorite instructor because they just keep talking about being pregnant, and it brings up these issues that I have had with this stuff in my life. And I'm like, okay. I honestly would just naively never knew that it was that common or that big of an issue, but obviously it makes sense. That being said, just because something makes you feel sad, that doesn't mean someone behaving normally was an asshole about it. All I would say on this one, I'm not. Maybe it's a nobody sucks here. Actually, but then listen. I'm slurping. Yeah, I mean, you put yourself in the sister's shoes, and you're like, well, I just announced that we're having like the happiest day of our life, and then like immediately after I got yelled at by my family, so that does suck. That's something that maybe it would have been nice to put in like the group chat afterwards, but still, you know, I kind of feel like this is just like a life sucks and you're doing your best. I don't know if we have an acronym for that. This seems like a life sucks and you're doing your best, but sometimes feelings get hurt situation. That's my take on it. And it's too it's too spicy. I don't want to keep it up. This dude needs to do ketamine nasal spray. Chib, what are you Ketamine, I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. You can't solve all your problems with ketamine nasal spray, okay? There's some things you need to microdose psychedelics to get over, okay? Am I the asshole for expecting my girlfriend to cancel her plans for me? Can I say, without being an asshole myself, it depends what the plans are. If her plans were to play video games and your plan was to look after the baby, then I'm just saying, if you reverse the roles, then... I mean, I know how this sounds, but like to put it in the most trite way possible, if her plans are shitty, then no, that doesn't make you the asshole. If her plan was to go grocery shopping and you got her like a reservation at a fancy restaurant, then she should cancel. Unless she's a picky eater, and then I don't even know what we're gonna get lost in the weeds. But My girlfriend is super into hiking, and we planned a trip to Cali that involved a hike in the Grand Canyon she'd always wanted to do. We did a hike the day before that was too intense for me, and I'm not as fit as her. I finished it, but I couldn't go on the other hike, aka her dream hike. It was also not meant to be done in one day, and the ranger said it was hard to do in one day and not advised. Okay, now this shit happens. If you're going to go on a big hike on day 2, maybe chill out on day 1. Like, you shouldn't follow up like a 8-hour walk with like a 16-hour walk. That's just poor planning on your part. Like, I get it that she loves hiking, but maybe like couldn't you have just gone to like the gas lamp district or something like that? I don't know where the Grand Canyon is. It's in Arizona, right? Maybe it's Grand. It might cross into California. Don't say this B word needs a different hobby. It's her hobby. It's I don't know, you say why it bothers you. Hey, Cetra13, thanks for the gifted subscriptions as well. Thank you. Thank you. Anyway, she said she was confident she could do it, saying she had hiked harder and she's very fit, but I just felt like she was discounting what the Rangers said. I said I wasn't going and she would go alone, and I asked her to wait till tomorrow for me to recover. She said the weather reported a 30% chance of rain for tomorrow, and she wasn't going to give up on a bucket list hike if I still wanted to do it tomorrow. She would do it again with me. Holy cow, your girlfriend is like an Olympian, man. She's going to do a hike that nearly killed you, a harder hike the next day, and if you still want to go on day 3, she'll go again. She might be like the best hiker in the world. Also, I know I've had this take before. I'm not saying that hiking is bad. I am just saying I don't get it. Like, isn't it literally just walking? Or is it like 90% walking, 10% mountain climbing? It's walking uphill. Oh, so like walking up Oak Street in Vancouver. And then at the top, you take a very pretty photo. I'm not knocking the pretty photo. Is walking on hard mode. Could you do it in Vezies? If you fell when you were hiking, would you die? Would you fall down the mountain? Or would you just like get a bump on your knee? Sometimes, bro, fuck hiking. Life's hard enough, man. Depends on the trail. There's damn trails out there where if you fall, you die. That shit is crazy, man. 127 hours? I thought that dude was like free solo or something. I didn't know he was just walking up the grouse grind. It could happen to anybody. I honestly thought hikes were like 2 to 3 hours long. I didn't know it was like it's, how can you have a hike that you can't do in one day? You camp? What the hell? Isn't that shit heavy? I think I'm slowly reverse engineering why camping is hard. Yeah, it's heavy. You got to carry a lot of stuff. Well, if you went on a shorter hike, you wouldn't have to carry so much, so you could go further, right? But then you would need more stuff, but then it would be harder to carry, so you'd have to. Okay, all right. I think I'm starting to get it. There must be like a happy medium somewhere. I mean, it sounds fun. I do like walking. I walk a lot. I'm on the weekends I get like maybe 13,000 to 20,000 steps. Some of them are uphill. But then I come back and some of them are down. I guess with hiking, some of them are downhill as well. It's not like, unless it's a one-way trip. Anyway, I don't know. I'm kind of losing it. I did a 5-day hike this summer. What do you mean? 5 days? You walked for 5 days? I didn't know this existed. With God as my, that's backpack. I thought backpacking is when you have like 5 pairs of underwear and a shirt in your backpack and you travel through Europe, through the Schengen states. There's a different kind of backpack. This is crazy, man. I didn't grow up in BC. So, like, that's why I lose it every time I go to Mech and they're like, hey, we got a sale on ice axes today. And I'm like, no, thanks. I'm not like, I don't have a death wish. You think I'm going to go climb a glacier? Are you crazy? You're being exhausting. I'm not, I'm just simply begging the question. But like you walked for 5 days? Like you slept, woke up, walked, slept? I think I could get into hiking. I think I could get into waking up early, taking a hike that is like a 2-hour summit and an hour and 15 minutes down, and then having like a 2-pint lunch. Getting back into the city in time for lunch. And I think those 2 pints would be hitting, man. Holy cow. I don't think I could do the sleep and then wake up and walk again, though. Or I mean, I couldn't do it right now, but maybe with some practice. I just don't, I'm not that interested, I guess. Anyway, sorry. Anyway, yeah, where were we? I got mad because I felt like she was okay with abandoning me with nothing to do at her campsite, and I didn't want to. Oh, well, this is another element. I thought they were in like an Airbnb, and then they were going out hiking every day. Now I realize they're living in the damn woods. I can listen. I think the guy is being a little selfish, but at the same time, I'm also like, man, I can't hike tomorrow. My girlfriend's just gonna leave me in the woods staring at a tree for like 16 hours. Like, that's pretty, I don't know if you got like a phone charger or something, or even if they got a signal or something out there. That is crazy, man. Enjoy the outdoors? But he can't walk. What can he do in the outdoors if he's not walking? Roll? Anyway, she finished it the next day, and I felt like she didn't care that I was too tired to hike and chose to go without me. To me, the people are more important than the activities, but to her, she definitely wanted to finish the hike at all costs. Well, it sounded like you took your girlfriend on a hiking trip and then kind of like just OD'd on it. I'm going to be honest, this seems like something you need to train. If she's this into hiking, you got to like be there for her, or like you guys, I'm not saying you should break up because you don't hike, but like if this is a huge part of her life, this is, I mean, it seems like she's really into it. I mean, she did 3 crazy hikes in 3 days. You didn't take it seriously enough. If her username is like, I love hiking, then you got to either join her halfway there, or you got to, let her find like her own free solo type dude that they can hike together. Skill diff. No, not ketamine nasal spray. Take a hike or take a hike. Absolutely true. Yeah, I don't think you can complain that she went without you. But at the same time, I am kind of putting myself in the dude's shoes. And I'm like, man, I'm just sitting in the damn tent for 16 hours a day. I know it's just different strokes for different folks. Because I saw someone say like, oh, I don't know, read a book, meditate. That shit sounds like annoying. I can do a shavasana for like a minute, but around like 50 seconds in, I start thinking about all this shit I got to do that day. I'm not meditating for 16 hours. Who am I? Like am I Buddha himself? What about Meditations by Marcus Aurelius? I mean, that shit is like 45 minutes long. It's like 30 pages. I'll just be eating s'mores all day. I don't know. That shit sounds boring. I don't think she's in the wrong at all. Imagine your boyfriend is like, hey, I got you this cool hiking trip. It's on your bucket list. And then on like day 2, he's like, can you just not do that? Like, that doesn't make any damn sense. I don't think it's like in everybody's. I think the guy, I guess he's an asshole. He's an asshole because his feelings are hurt that his girlfriend's in better shape. You went on a trip. It's just weird, right? You went on a trip to do this hike, and then you were like, oh, she did the hike. I don't get it. You went on a trip to go on the specific height and only the day before realized you're not fit enough to go on said hike, and you really expected her to abandon her dream now that it was right there in front of her? You're the asshole. Yeah, but like soft, you're the asshole. You're the asshole for the way you worded everything. You didn't seem at all to be bothered about the danger of her going alone. Well, me neither. Have you read the post? He doesn't have the means to protect her. She's got to protect him. His ass is woefully unprepared to be on the voyage, and she's like raring to go. This is toxic masculinity. She's going to have to cover his ass. Also, it sounds like you're just upset she didn't give in when you were immature and refused to talk to her. Yes. Yeah, sure. Maybe. I don't know. You're incredibly selfish? Listen, I don't know if I go that far, but like, you know. I don't know. It's just weird to me. By the way, her plans were not going to the grocery store. Her plans were going on a once-in-a-lifetime 16-hour-long hike. So I think that he is the asshole for expecting his girlfriend to cancel her plans. And it was on her bucket list. Oh, here we go. Am I the asshole for starting an argument because my boyfriend boarded a plane before me? What? How dare you board planes before me, baby? Oh, I'm sorry, baby. I didn't know it was your turn. This, Chib, I'll give you this one. This might be this one might be one for ketamine. By the way, I've never done ketamine. I don't even know. It's a tranquilizer. That's all I know about it. Is that the one where you take it and it feels like you live a lifetime, but actually in real time, like only a minute has gone by? No. All right. That's salvia. That's a Black Mirror episode. My boyfriend and I traveled by plane to go to my parents' house for Thanksgiving. We checked in together and had different boarding groups. He was group 1 since he is active duty military. I was group 3 for being a platinum hold Carter on the airline. And our budget is $1.2 million and we're looking to buy a house. This is significant since both groups are considered priority boarding. Okay, have you followed this so far? We are both under the impression that boarding groups do not necessarily matter. We're seasoned travelers, very efficient when boarding planes, very normal, I assure you. And the only thing that does matter is that we're on the plane before the main... It doesn't matter who's better than... If I'm better than her, if he's better than me. The only thing that matters is that we're better than everybody else, okay? Which are the people who do not travel often and are generally slower when boarding planes. Just say it, asshole. You don't like to pay the checked bag fee, so you get a priority boarding pass with your platinum fucking card, and then you fill up all the overhead bins with your bags that should have been checked in the first place, and then all the plebs flying coach are walking into an empty cabin, and yet all the overhead storage bins are completely full, and you're like, there's one person sitting here, why are there 7 suitcases in the overhead bin? And then they're like, sir, don't worry, I can take that and check that for you. And I'm like, yeah, no problem, it's just got my laptop, my camera, and my phone in it. Go ahead. Then the bottom of the plane going... Shit is like just pure silicone vapor by the time I open the bag. Anyway. When the plane started boarding, they obviously called Group 1 first, the group for active duty military and unaccompanied minors. My boyfriend gets up and boards without me. I was annoyed since Groups 1 and 2 are both super small, and Group 3, my group, usually gets called super fast, if not combined with Group 2. Do you want to marry an airport? Why is this shit so... specific? They're so fixated on the damn details of the boarding groups. Don't even listen. I'm pro boarding groups. The only problem is like when your ass is in like group 5 and then they call group 1 and everybody in group 5 starts lining up as if like they're going to get to us any minute. Nah, man. That shit is like 40 minutes away. Then they go to the bathroom, they come out, they see nobody in line, and they're like, oh, give them my boarding pass. You can just see the conversation. The gate agent is like, sir, you're in group 5. We haven't called you yet. What group did you just call? Group 2. Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, thanks for delaying 200 people for 90 seconds because of your negligence. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. If everybody did it, we'd be 6 hours late, but it's not a big deal. Have some responsibility. This is why society's so fucked up. Anyway, sorry. After my group gets called, literally less than 5 minutes later, and I get on the plane, I told him he could have waited for my group to get called. We could have boarded together. He told me it wasn't a big deal. And I said it was, since we were traveling together. He'd never done that before. Why would he do it randomly now when he didn't have a reason besides it's for me? Why wouldn't I use that group, even though my group is still considered priority boarding? We got into a mild argument about it on the plane. Nothing huge since we were well on a plane. He thinks I'm being an asshole for starting an argument about and being upset about him boarding before me, but I think it's justified since he'd never done it before and he didn't say anything prior. This isn't a new thing where he just joined the military. He's been AD for 8 years. He's playing League of Legends? He's on the U.S. Army League of Legends team? This is who asked to the extreme. This is the way she's describing it. She's like, it's literally 5 minutes, so I don't understand why you didn't wait. Well, it's literally 5 minutes. I don't understand why your ass cares. If it's not a long time to wait, then why doesn't your ass just wait? Why are you so mad? You said it yourself. Isn't the whole point is that you just get on before other people? You still got on before the other 250 people and coach. Why are you making your life hard for no reason? Anyway, I think I've seen him use his military ID for a discount one time in the entire time I've known him. Maybe his ass just needed a 5-minute break, honestly. And I feel like maybe after reading this post, there's some justification for that. Anyway, I accept that I'm being a huge asshole. I should have picked my battles and not started an argument over something so petty and small. I will be giving him a big apology this morning. Okay, well, it's character development. I don't even want to read this one. Like, obviously, the posts... yeah. You say you're a seasoned traveler. Why are you so bothered he left your side for a few minutes? What's he going to do? Steal a Coke from the galley before you get on a plane? It's true. What can you do? This post will probably make me unpopular. This is the Reddit classic. I'll probably get downvotes for this. 32,000 upvotes. Okay, yes. I don't know. I'm not a doctor, but maybe ketamine. What is this post? I can't even read this. Am I the asshole for crashing, in air quotes, my ex's mother's funeral and telling his children I'm carrying their sibling? It's got to be fake, right? It's a little messy. My ex's mother and I were very close. I knew her from long before I started seeing her son. I saw her as my own mother. Okay, already weird. You're presenting this as if this is normal, but this is very weird. It's immediately strange. We kept close contact up until the end. When I found out she passed, I was devastated. Her funeral was yesterday. I went without receiving an invite. I didn't know you needed an invite to a funeral, but I guess this is important for later. If you didn't get it from the title, I'm pregnant with my ex's child. Unfortunate situation since he's back with his wife and things are tense. But that's the current situation. I was going there just for the funeral and to pay respect to an amazing woman who was treated me like her own child. I even sat at the back so as to avoid getting attention. However, attention came and my ex's wife came over to me saying I was not invited and crashing the funeral, so I must leave. Dude, they should have made a Funeral Crashers movie. They even have the arc from Wedding Crashers with Will Ferrell's character. Her boyfriend died in a hang gliding accident. Oh, I'm flying, I'm dead. What an idiot. Oh, they do crash a funeral in Wedding. You're right. Okay, sorry. Ma, the meatloaf. Anyway, classic. Luckily, my ex's older brother intervened and said I was welcome. The only problem is that after this, he forced me to sit further in the front, literally put his arm around me and led me to the front, despite me saying I was fine to sit in the row reserved for family directly behind my ex, his wife, and their kids. While people were looking at the body, open casket. Their kids is such an unnecessary detail. Her head wasn't crushed in it. She was sick, okay? She wasn't run over by like a steamroller or stabbed a lot, okay? A lot of people are saying her head got crushed by a steamroller, but She died of a broken heart, actually. Oh man. Well, people were looking at the body, open casket. Their kids saw me. They came to hug me and noticed my stomach was big, so asked if I was pregnant. Their mother butted in and made a snarky comment like, "Yes, darlings, she just can't stop making them." Mind you, I only have one other child, so this comment was purely to make me sound like a loose woman. Me, when I see someone pregnant when they already have one kid, ooh, yikes. But still, I bit my tongue. The youngest then asked if the child will have my red hair and her. This is all going down at the funeral? You got to have some sense of decorum. You don't just have like casual conversations. There's a service and like people speak. I don't understand. Some person that never met the deceased tells stories about their lives as if they were best friends, even though they don't know shit about them. Their mother overheard this and immediately called the kids back to her. Sorry. The youngest then asked if the kid will have my red hair, and the mother just scoffed and under her breath said something like, "God forbid." So I was like, maybe, but your dad has brown hair, so the baby could look just like you guys, since the baby would be their younger sister or brother. Jeez. Oh, man. The most convoluted way to get to the punchline, but it's so good. I left as soon as the funeral was over. I got a call later that night from my ex saying, "What the hell?" Telling their kids about the baby without talking to them first. He told me to stay away from his family. Am I the asshole? Edit. There was no affair. They separated. We dated. They decided to get back together. We broke up. It's what's so hard about that? It's a simple 4-step process. They separated, we dated, they decided to get back together, we broke up. In the meantime, we chose to have a kid together, or maybe there was an accident or something, I don't know. They both already knew about the pregnancy before the funeral. We were on a break. I'm not giving this post the time of day, okay? It's not real. And if it is real, it shouldn't be real. Your life is fucked up. You need to be an adult. It doesn't matter who's an asshole in this. You've willfully got involved in this mess. You need to grow up and take some responsibility and not let this shit happen in your life ever again. This is crazy. This is like a Days of Our Lives plot. You just chill out. It doesn't. I don't know if they can do that in the law. Your Honor, a crime was committed, and the judge is just like, yeah, but like, listen. You both can't be held responsible for your actions. I'm rendering a verdict of innocent by criminal insanity. Not criminally responsible due to reasons of insanity. Nobody's in the wrong in this situation because it was made up to begin with. Am I the asshole for not buying lemonade for my pregnant wife? I love this one, man. Oh, here we go. Where it was going to be nice and fun to make fun of, and then all of a sudden it says she has diabetes, so now it's a more complicated situation that I can't just mock. That's not fair to me. Am I the asshole for reorganizing my library while pregnant and telling my in-laws my husband wouldn't help me? What does that even mean? It's a little who asked right out of the gate, but like, why is my camera up here, by the way? When did I move my camera back here? It's supposed to be down here. I've recently had an almost obsessive urge to reorganize everything in my home. Okay, it's a good start. My library is one of the places I felt needed to be changed ASAP, so I asked my husband multiple times if he would help me, as my shelves are pretty high up and I have lots of books that are heavy to move. Hey, hubby, I want to do something. Can you do it for me? I'm just saying. If you get the urge, you should do the surge too. Can we just buy like a ladder or something? Oh, she is pregnant. That's true. Okay, well, like, listen. Okay, she probably shouldn't be up on the ladder. Forgot about that part. But at the same time, if you got the urge to reorganize your library, sorry to Tobey Maguire, you from Spider-Man 1, but I missed the part where that's my problem. I guess it's my problem because, in this case, he put the baby in her. But, like, still, he's probably got stuff to do. You don't have to act on the urge, yeah. I'm going a little too far, but maybe. Let's see. He kept telling me he would help me later as he was busy. Sorry, honey, I've got real stuff to do. I can't placate your urge right now. It felt like later was never coming, so finally I decided to just do it myself while my husband was working. My in-laws came to visit us. They walked in on me grabbing books from the higher shelves. They thought what I was doing was dangerous and I could have fallen. My husband also freaked out and kept telling me to get down, saying I shouldn't be carrying heavy things. My father-in-law asked me why I hadn't asked somebody else to move my books for me, and I told him I did ask my husband, but he wouldn't help me. He did try to correct them, saying he would help me later, but my parents told him off for not doing it for me. Bro, he's working. This is a fucking false dilemma. I'm feeling for the guy Bigley here. Just because your husband wouldn't help you reorganize the library as quickly and urgently as you wanted doesn't mean you have no choice but to do something dangerous as a pregnant person. There is a third alternative, which is don't do that. It's not like she had no choice but to put things at risk. She was just, I hate to say it, but she was just bored. Just bored and a little preg crazy, okay? It happens. Now you made him look bad in front of his parents. You made him look like a bad spouse. They're speculating he's going to be a bad father too because he wouldn't immediately placate his wife's insane urge. He thinks I made him look bad to his parents and is upset I didn't correct him and because I didn't wait for him to help reorganize the library. We kept arguing because I told him that he didn't help and that I didn't want his help anymore and I would finish the library for myself. Lady, you got to recognize, listen, you know the scene in Knocked Up where Seth Rogen tells Katherine Heigl, fuck you, hormones. You're being a real bitch right now, hormones. That's... I've never been pregnant. Would say is that if you have a craving for food, it can't be sated. Your husband should go out and get you a pickle and peanut butter sandwich or whatever. If you have an urge to reorganize the library, can't you just watch Netflix? Like, I just don't understand. Like, you got to acknowledge that you have some crazy thoughts. Like, what if she said, like, oh, I want to, work on the engine of the car, honey. Can you work on the engine for me? And then he's like, I got something to do. She's like, well, I guess I got no choice but to do it myself. You, like, just don't understand why you got to... Like, she didn't have to do it. It's not an urge. Let's be honest. It's a want. I know about nesting, okay? You can nest. You can clean. You can reorganize. Why you got to reorganize your damn library? None of y'all are going to be reading any books anytime soon. It's what to expect when you're expecting, and then like a 10-year dry spell where you read nothing at all because you got no fucking time. You don't need to reorganize your damn library. You need to shutter it. You need to repurpose it. I don't want to be the person in the comments that's telling a pregnant woman that they're an asshole, though. You're the asshole from your comments. It sounds like you admit your husband was in fact busy, but feel like he should have reprioritized to help you with the library, but it wasn't actually urgent. It was only urgent to you. If you were tired of waiting and wanted to do it yourself, that's fine, but going around and telling his parents he refused to help you was an asshole move. Are you suggesting over the course of 2 weeks he couldn't have found an hour or two here or there to help? Unlikely. Yeah, but like fucking... It's not his shit. I mean... Like, could he have found... It's not important. I was struggling with the best way to say it civilly, but like, it's fucking not important. You got other important shit to do. She's nesting? Okay, so what? Giga Chad, so what? But if she's like, oh, I'm nesting. Can you put like the baby proof locks on all the cabinets and stuff? Yeah, your ass has got to get on that. If she's nesting and she's like, can you just do some busy work for me so I feel sated? That shit's, I'm not saying it's not on the to-do list, but it's dropping down to the damn bottom. We got a lot of other shit to do just to keep the damn trains running on time. Cleaning is busy work? This shit isn't cleaning. It's reorganizing the library. Oh, the books were in alphabetical order, which was really easy to find them, but I would prefer to put them in thematic order, like the Spotify recommendation engine. Couldn't you just organize all the shelves but the top? Like, I don't understand. Also, like, I hate to say it, but, you know, this is like your last gasp of freedom. This is like the second trimester. It's like the first trimester is like exciting, and then, you know, depending on the person, morning sickness, just I'm feeling unpleasant for a while. And then the second trimester is like, she's glowing, you know, everybody's like happy, you're buying baby stuff, getting everything like ready to go. And then the third trimester is like, get this shit out of me right now. Get it out. So like, why are you filling that last golden period? And then the baby comes out and it's like, you know, you're in the shit again. You're in the gulag. But like, you got that golden period. Why are you filling that with busy work, man? Reorganizing the library. I get that it's irrational, but still, like, you got to cut him some damn slack. She's like, hey, can you change the baby's diaper? And he's like, oh, give me a minute, and then never comes back. Then sure. But like, you know, reorganizing the damn library? Like, I'm just going to, who asked? And who fucking cares? Sorry. She asked. Yeah, but like, why? Why asked? You know what I mean? She was, timeline matters. He said he'd do it. After 2 weeks, I would stop believing the help was coming. Yeah, because it's a useless task. It's busy work. It's the word search in 4th grade when you finish your math sheet early. She was totally fine doing the work herself. It was everyone else who was freaking out. Yeah, because your ass could have fallen, dude. She's pregnant. Bro, I was just lifting an Atlas stone. I didn't have a problem with lifting the Atlas stone. Why is everyone looking at me like I'm crazy? I'm nesting. Anyway, he looked bad because he made himself look bad. I want to get a camera on your ass 48 hours. See all this shameful shit that you do. See how much time do you waste every day, you droll motherfucker? I know your ass is writing this post from the damn toilet right now. You received 17 awards for this post. Your name is Supreme Court Justice. You got custom flair on Reddit. Your husband should really do more for you. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything. You should always do something that someone asks you to do, even if it's fucking stupid. No, what his ass should have done the first time is said, no, I'm not going to do that because that seems like a waste of time. Instead, he tried to be a nice guy and say, yeah, I'll help you with it, but I'm a little busy right now, hoping that like in 3 days, she would be moving on to the next insane thing, and he would never have to do it because she would just be like, why did I ever want to do that in the first place? It looks beautiful as is. I think it's a waste of time. You just, you kind of kick the can down the road until their desire disappears, and then when they're like, hey, can you help me get the groceries out of the car? You're like, absolutely, right now. Because that shit is actually like important and helpful. Anyway. I don't think she's the asshole, by the way. Like, I think she should not have gotten on the ladder and done it herself. But like, I don't think that makes her like a bad person. It's kind of fucked up that she did say she ratted him out to his parents, though. That's a kind of a fucking no-go. I mean, she knew she was taking a shot at him. Whatever. Listen, I don't care. I was going to go with not the asshole until you told his parents he wouldn't help you. Not that you wanted it done now and he wouldn't help right away. You're not the asshole for wanting it done. He's not the asshole for not doing it right away. 2 weeks for a non-urgent task doesn't sound that long to me. Yeah, I don't know, Josh. I'm glad we're on the same page here. I don't know if I'm lazy. I really don't think it's the case. Or if other people are naive. Selfishly, I think that's definitely what's happening here. I've had non-urgent tasks on my to-do list for like months. Because I'm like, oh, I'll get to that this weekend. And then something fucking urgent comes up. And I'm like, oh, well, I can't just delay this. I got to handle this right now. So you just keep pushing the stuff that doesn't matter until later and later.
You want some spam?
I would love some spam. Holy cow. Thank you. I must be doing something right.
Can you open this stuff?
Can I open the can?
Yeah.
I'll get to it. I'm busy right now. Oh, whoa. Have they been making these easier? That came off like saran wrap. You're supposed to use a can opener for that. Yeah, well, check it out. I got one can opener right here. One can opener right here. Yeah. Anyway. What was I saying? Flex your head. Listen, I don't want to brag, and I don't know if you can see it with the lighting here. I've done the Peloton so much that I think I've had circulatory adaptation. I now have a permanently visible vein right here on my temple. That's how dick skin we're getting right now. And when I get really mad, I get one like right here. But I also have like one vein. I don't know. I guess it's pumping blood to like my left eyeball because that's my good one. The right one is fucking decrepit. Like, anyway. This one I'm like, I can read. It's my aorta. You had that in the Ring Fit screenshot? Yeah, but I had to really work for that one because don't get me wrong, I was lifting heavy, but I was also like 5'10", 205. So I had good lifts, don't get me wrong, but like the body fat was higher than it needed to be. I was eating like half a jar of peanut butter at night just to stay alive. Yeah, let's do it. Let's talk in the DMs, Dan. I would play some Warzone for sure. I was watching a little Warzone this weekend, and just hearing like the tunk, tunk, you know what I'm saying? Oh, why do you do? He's one shot. You know what I mean? Kind of got me going a little bit. Sorry. Yeah, I think we've mined that one for like all it's worth. I do know. Yeah. Am I the asshole for telling my girlfriend not to swim in the morning? I did feel like the guy from Police Academy there. See, listen, this is why they should not have the Reddit sidebar, dude. I'm just trying to insult other people and the way that they live their lives. And then, similar to this post, possible GCS look for Harley Quinn taken. What even is this? So it's a photoshopped cosplay from the DC Cinematic Universe from from March 2017. What the hell? The hell is GCS? It's got to be like Gotham City. I don't even want to continue with that. Anyway. Snoozers. Yeah. Snoozers. Sirens. Oh, did that become birds of prey, maybe? Anyway. We, 26 male and 23F, rent a place from her family. Said place has a swimming pool. We have a 2.5-year-old. My brother and his girlfriend are visiting. My girlfriend likes to swim in the morning from about 6 to 6:30, then from another then for another 10 to 15 minutes, she swims with our daughter because it's a good bonding experience as well as good exercise for both of them. We've never had any complaints from the neighbors. My girlfriend isn't exactly loud, but our daughter can be. Not every morning and as much noise as you'd expect from a toddler. Okay. My brother's girlfriend asked if we'd stop this for just a while because they're staying due to noise and the fact that she's a light sleeper. Plus, my girlfriend spends every Sunday in the pool, and she and my brother don't feel comfortable being around her in her swimming costume, which is British for like a swimming pool, I think. But then said, but the noise and not being able to sleep are important. She did ask very nicely. I joked, at least she's wearing a swimming costume while you're here. What the hell are you talking about? But I did ask, are you just putting this in here to be like, you're trying to get +2s in the middle of your dilemma? Is that an aside? You trying out your stand-up routine and also getting couples therapy? I did ask my girlfriend about it because I know my brother's girlfriend has complained for a while about her sleeping problems. But my girlfriend said it's perfectly reasonable time, citing that she's silent till 6:30 and it's her house until the neighbors complain. This shit is psychically damaging. Every single post starts with me, number, my wife, number, her family, name, number. Our cousin, twice removed, name, number, was staying at our house. The down payment, 50% of the down payment was paid by her parents, age, number, net worth. And then they're like at the end of it, they're like, am I the asshole? And I'm like, I don't know. The first 2 paragraphs turned my brain into fucking sludge. And then you're writing, there's typos, there's grammatical errors, there's misplaced commas. You got a semicolon in there just to, prove that you know how to speak the English language. Like, it's too much, man. Can you just write a sensible element, a medium of communication? That's it. You just write a sentence that has an idea. I don't understand. But my girlfriend says it's a perfectly reasonable time, citing that she's silent till 6:30 and her house, so until neighbors complain, and her house, ... So until neighbors complain, ... Editor's note, and the neighbors complaining would mean that she would change her behavior. But I just think it's an easy request to maybe change it from 6 to 6:30 to 6:30 to 7 or something. Well, she's upset with me and things are tense, but I knew had I not asked, things would be awkward with family over such a simple thing. Listen, get a life? Well, I don't know. I feel like if people are visiting your house, I mean, I am falling into the trap where I'm like, if a man did it, come on, big man can't just delay his swimming for an hour to let some people get some sleep. But because his girlfriend's doing it, I'm like, holy cow, she's girl bossing right now. Like, let her go, dude. But I do sort of feel like if you're visiting someone's house, and they, like, you wake up at 6:30 because you have a kid, well, welcome to the fucking show, dummy. The kid's going to be loud whether they're in the swimming pool or in the hallway right outside of your bedroom. So I don't really know what you want to do about this situation, honestly. Sorry, I've been yelling a lot, so I got a voice crack. I'm just seeing if I got some more water. I got a whole bottle, dude. Hold on. It's like, no, it's like this. Like this. Me, when I get a bottle of water, it's the Yoda that talks like a normal person instead of a Yoda. I did point to the camera first. I don't know what's wrong with my brain. I'm not good with shapes. Anyway, I don't know. I kind of feel like they should just, I mean, you're staying in their house. If you go to someone's house and they have a toddler and you're like, hey, could you have your toddler keep it down? Then yeah, you're kind of the asshole. That's not a reasonable request. It's like saying, hey, while we're here, could you make gravity like a little less heavy? It's not realistic. So like, I don't know. I also don't feel like let me rephrase. I feel like if they're like, well, we'll wake up at 6:30 instead of 6, they would be like, no, that's not enough. These motherfuckers sound like they're sleeping until like 9, like degenerates, okay? So I think that, yeah, I think that you're kind of the asshole for passing that on to your girlfriend. Just a little, not like a lot, but just a little bit. I was gonna go with not the asshole until you let us know the real reason was due to her swimming costume. Is this whole thing about she has an obscene swimsuit? If they had just asked her to swim a bit later as to not wake them, then maybe it would have been nice to accommodate them since they weren't comfortable around her in her swimming costume. They can go stay somewhere else if that bothers them. What is the costume? Is it Harley Quinn from Gotham City Sirens? It's Bayonetta? It's a clown? Why do they care about the swimsuit? It's like going to the beach and saying, I feel comfortable because people wear swimsuits in the beach. Yo! Pog. Chat, check it out. We're not going to Tyler won this.
What does Tyler want it?
He has a very famous clip where he holds up his pasta to the camera and then it all slides off the plate. Oh, baby.
Doesn't Josh hate spam?
Josh, do you hate spam? I'd love to know. That's good stuff, man. That is good stuff. That is tasty. Sodium! Sodium! People would really be like, ooh, spam, processed meat, disgusting. Then when the little Naruto fish cake is in their ramen, they're like, nom, 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 that's not processed meat. That's Naruto. You know that shit is like 100,000 cuttlefish put in a grinder, and then extruded out into like a paste with like a little food coloring, making the damn spiral on it. Listen, yes, and I'm just saying, don't insult spam if you like the Naruto. I don't understand. I'm mad at this one. I'm just mad that he's so weird about his wife wearing a swimsuit. Why are they so weird? I don't get it. I'm weird and I'm normal compared to the posts on Reddit. You've heard the thoughts that I have that just come out on the stream. It's not normal. And yet, I'm like a bastion of sanity compared to the people that are making these posts. Am I the asshole for telling my girlfriend she should give up on seafood because I'm allergic to it? I am allergic to seafood, and unfortunately, my girlfriend adores it. Ever since we got together about 3 years, she's made an effort to eat it as less as possible, which I appreciate. However, I wish she'd completely stop, to be honest. The other day, she went out with her friends at a restaurant. When she got back, I tried to kiss her, but she stopped me and told me she just ate seafood. I got a bit disappointed because I was looking forward to spending some time together with her, and I told her as much. And then I said that maybe it would be better if she just gave up seafood altogether. Listen. I know there was that story like 15 years ago about a guy ate a peanut butter sandwich and then kissed his girlfriend, and then she died because she was allergic to peanuts. Unless I'm mistaken, I believe that it turned out that actually that is not what happened, and her ass like ate the peanut butter sandwich. I think there was like we got clickbaited in real life. I'm not saying you couldn't be so allergic to something that if someone ate it and you kissed them hours later, you would suffer something. But like it doesn't seem likely. Am I ignorant to say that? Like his ass is like allergic, right? In this case, right? Like that doesn't it kind of doesn't make sense to me. Like when he goes to his dentist, does he have to make sure that his dentist like has not cracked open some crab legs that like just before you get into the gum work here, could you tell me if you've ever eaten crawfish boil this week. Like because I'll be honest, if he's this allergic, then she should give up the seafood because it sounds like his ass is in peril. But I don't think he's that allergic because it shatters my worldview. Can you stop saying his ass slash her ass? Sorry. Are you watching this with your priest? I apologize. Anyway, I know she likes it, but sometimes it can be an inconvenience to me. He should not listen. He has a point. He has a point. That is not the way you want to phrase this. You cannot use the word inconvenience and assume that it's going to strengthen your argument. I feel like she should be willing to give up such a small thing for us. Hey, listen, I'm not taking his side necessarily, but it really is like a small thing. How often are you eating seafood? I love seafood. I probably eat seafood at most, like, I mean, if we're counting fish, 2 times a week. If we're not counting fish, twice a month, maybe. Of course you count fish. We're weird in North America. Some people are like, I love fish. Oh, what do you feel about crab? Oh, I don't eat seafood. It's just, you gotta, I'm not endorsing it. I grew up here and this is the way people talk about seafood for whatever reason. Or they'll be like, I love fish. And you'll be like, oh, what about herring? They're like, nah, too fishy. But I love salmon. I love fish and chips. I love like a fillet of fish. How do you feel about bass? It's a little fishy for me. Mackerel? I think they feel like they cooked it wrong because it smells a little fishy. She got upset by my request, said she loves me, but that she's sorry because she's not giving up on eating it and that lowering the amount of time she does was already enough. I asked her, do you love me? She told me only part me. I only love my squid and my Cheddar Bay biscuits, hun. I'm sorry. Her family eats seafood often. She grew up eating a lot of it, so I kind of get why it would be hard for her to give it up. But I think if she cared enough, she'd be willing to do it. So am I the asshole? I'm sorry to tell you this, sir. Your ass is inconvenient to be with. Which means, it doesn't mean the relationship is doomed. But it means you have to know your place a little bit. So, everybody's got their problems. Kate, she talks about it on her stream all the time. She was talking about how, like, I didn't notice that my boot had dog poop on it. Even though the whole time I was driving home from the daycare, I was like, man, it really smells like dog shit in this car. Then when I got home, she's like, you got dog poop on your boot. And I was like, now I get it. Like, my brain it's good in some ways and bad in other ways. So I try to make up for the penalties by amping up the benefits a little bit. You got to come to her with a compromise or something. I don't know. You got to do... Sorry, I just saw Austin. It is shit. I can't... It's great. Austin, that is shit. Well, it was rather nutty. Sounds like she's already compromising. Yeah, like, listen, don't take this the wrong way. She chose. She chose the crab over you that night. And that's fine. Tomorrow night, you guys can have some fucking rotisserie chicken and go, nom, 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 nom. Tonight, she said, give me the scallops. I want the scallops more than I want the affection. Big whoop. Go cry about it. Sorry. I don't think it makes you the asshole necessarily, but I do think you gotta, like, start living in the real world. Bro, if it's you versus scallops, I mean, you guys are going 12 rounds, okay? Some nights the scallops are gonna get, they're gonna get a 9-8 from the judges. Sometimes you're gonna get an 8-7, okay? There's got to be some good ones, man. Am I the asshole for asking my son to give me his boss's number? Ooh. Oh, no, it's not about discipline. It's in case of an emergency. Okay, I thought it was like my boss yelled at me, give me his number. That would have played to my biases for sure. Am I the asshole for not checking the scores of a certain NBA game on a 3-hour flight for a passenger on an in-flight Wi-Fi I paid for? Planes are so funny. The smallest things become huge in the air. It's unbelievable. Hold on. It is a Larry David moment. I was on a 3-hour flight on an airplane. Oh, what a relief. I thought he was on a damn dirigible. I didn't have any form of entertainment on me besides my phone, and you had to purchase Wi-Fi to use internet during the flight. Listen, I'm not even going to go into it. I'm not even old. You know how many flights I've taken where I just stared at the seat in front of me? It's weird because I know we were talking about like meditating earlier, and I'm like, I can meditate for about 45 seconds and that's it. I've had a lot of flights, bus rides, train rides where I just be like, and just kind of get lost. Read the in-flight magazine through like 2 times and then just be like, oh, we're here. So like you tell you don't have to justify buying the Wi-Fi. I'm just saying that the fact like you were like I have no choice but to buy the Wi-Fi is a little crazy. Your ass could just like sit there a little bit. It was $8.99 for the whole trip, so I decided to purchase it since I didn't want to be bored the entire trip. There was a passenger sitting next to me. He asked if I could check the score for a certain NBA game. Since I paid for the Wi-Fi, I should be able to use it however I want, so I said no. He wouldn't accept no for an answer and said it would take less than 5 seconds. I said, I don't care. You can buy Wi-Fi yourself if you want to know so badly. Would I be the asshole in this situation? Yeah, like, why are you being so weird? He can also be the asshole, but why are you being so weird? I just don't understand. He shouldn't feel like he has the right to compel you to do something you don't want to do. But like, it honestly sounds like you want to invoice him for like the 17 cents worth of time it would spend to look it up. Like this guy, I know not everybody's brain works like this, but this guy basically said, do you want to be friends? And you said, why would I ever want that? Like, that's basically what happened here. He probably wanted to know the score of the basketball game because he had $100 riding on it on DraftKings or whatever. That's beside the point. He offered you an olive branch. It basically said, it was like a rock, and painted on the rock, it said, basketball fan? And you said, get bent. I spent $9. Hey, I'm paying $3 an hour for the Wi-Fi. And you think I should get out of my ivory tower and tell you the score of a basketball game? And then you made a post about it on Reddit later? It's just so weird. It's just strange. Everybody sucks here. We live in a society and the animals are leaving, and we live in a society where it is customary to extend small favors and courtesies to people if it will take us less than 5 seconds to do. You should have just told him the score. He's also an asshole for not taking no for an answer. True. But let's find some crazy posts. I want to live in a world where strangers can ask simple favors and others are pleased to grant them. Well within your rights to say no, but you're the asshole. Okay, yep, another sane head. Okay, another sane person. Can you tell me what time it is? I bought my own watch. If you want to know what time it is, go buy your own. There's people who think like that, unfortunately, I think. I hope it's not too many, but... Okay, you're the asshole and you're mean. You're weird. If the game had happened and you didn't check the score, I'd have said the asshole. Was happening, you're opening yourself up to check for it through the rest of the game for the rest of the flight or any other game. It's one of those if you give a mouse a cookie moments, and if they're entitled enough to argue with a stranger about something they didn't pay for, they won't just ask once and leave it be. Now we're talking. If you said yes to one thing, you're going to have to say yes to everything forever. Then you'd be the asshole. It's that classic tale of the bunny stealing out of the mailbox. Sorry, I can't resist the spam. The mouse needs ketamine nasal spray. True. I had something similar happen to me on a 6-hour flight. A lady asked me to check the weather or something, and I agreed and thought it was all done. Then she kept asking me to look things up and would say, "You looked it up for me before, it's just one thing," and wouldn't leave me alone for the next 5 hours. Listen, I'm not saying this shit didn't happen, but you need to, like, be nice, but also, like, grow a spine. Like, you need to be like, okay, there's the weather, and then maybe look up, like, one more thing and be like, oh, I'm sorry, I have some work to do. You just, like, tell a nice lie and then go back to watching Netflix or something like that. And then if she's like, "You're just watching Netflix, I thought you had work to do," you'd be like, "Oh, I'm a casting agent." And your ass just got blacklisted. And I don't work for the show The Blacklist, so that's bad. You're never going to work in this town again. +2. We're just like, you can't just look at it. It's a 5-hour flight. Can't you just look up shit for like 2 minutes and then be like, "Oh, I'm really tired." Pretend to be asleep a little bit. Like, this is. I work at Netflix. I'm proof watching the show. So true. You ever wonder how they get such good subtitles? That's me. Me repeating the character's dialogue to myself while I watch the Netflix show with subtitles off. I just can't believe. Some people take themselves so seriously, man. It's just like that. I'm the tiredest I've ever been in my whole life. Am I the asshole for telling my husband to get over himself? My husband has a 14-year-old daughter. Get over yourself. He's all this. I can't stand this bozo. This ad is speaking to me. Looking to change careers? The 9-month UBC Master of Management has dedicated coaches to help you plan your future. Really? Listen, don't get me fucking started on the fact that this shit is advertising UBC with a photo of downtown Vancouver. False advertising. UBC campus is beautiful, but that shit is in Kitsilano. Don't show me a photo of downtown Vancouver and then tell me my ass ain't on the damn 99B line at 7 a.m. going out past Pacific Spirit Park. Why was that picture so head-ass IKEA? I still don't know what it means. Hold on, I'm going to eat like this whole piece of Spam, honestly. Check out Rumbleverse real quick. Delicious. It's funny because for Spam, they broke the mold when they made it because it's one of a kind. But they made the mold because every single loaf looks exactly the same. I didn't know Vancouver had mountains like that. Bro, we're nestled. We're like, you see Todd Howard loves Vancouver because you see those mountains there, you can climb them. You can even see it for yourself. There's a little damn ski hill just above the harbor center. It's pointing right to it. That is what downtown Vancouver looks like. I'm not saying this wasn't photoshopped, but like it might have been touched up, but they did not move the mountains closer. Let me put it that way. No, this is not my view. This is the view Trainwrecks has. I look outside of my window, I see the dumpster that we saw in GeoGuessr that one time that says Joan Cusack on it for whatever reason. That view happens like once every 5 years. No, it happens all the time. There are some times, today it was very foggy, but even like after it rains, you get that view. And then there's some forest fires. We get that view, I would say like 180 times a year, like 50% of the time. Don't insult us. It's very scenic here. No, I promise it's beautiful. Fine, don't come here. Make it easier for me to go to the places I normally go to without having to trip over tourists who are taking a fucking selfie in the bike lane. Like, bleh, it's me in front of a slightly tall building. Bleh. Don't threaten me with a good time. What is this squeaks emote, man? No, it's slash marker. Let's call that React court. I love going bleh in front of slightly tall buildings. Like Mr. Bean. That's it? No? I don't know what to do. Nothing. So check out. I mean, I got 9 minutes left. That's enough time to lose a game of Rumbleverse. Rumbleverse support. Rumbleverse is offline. Maintenance has begun. Wait, no, that's not the most recent tweet. Rumbleverse. GG to Rumbleverse. Hi, Rumbleverse support. Rumbleverse support. Rumbleverse support. Holy cow. No results for Rumbleverse support. Is Twitter okay? Don't answer that. Rumbleverse. Rumble support is what it's called. Okay. We are continuing to investigate longer matchmaking times. Honestly, I don't think it's ready to go, man. I think it's still done. Maybe we can play some Rumbleverse tomorrow, though. My problem with Zoms, when it had to be authenticated by the Discord launcher, I didn't mind. Now, when I launch it through the Discord launcher, it tells me it needs an update, but it doesn't update through the Discord launcher. So I don't know if it's side loading some malicious code or something like that. Now, I'm not saying I don't trust the developers. All I'm saying is I'm not saying I have reason to distrust the developers. All I'm saying is I also have no reason to trust them except for the fact that they made my game of the year. New Dark Pictures game Friday. Let's go. I don't know. I think I might just eat some spam, man. I might just sit here and eat some spam. Let's see it. You want a bite? One of my food bucket list items, and it should not be hard to get. I've never had spam musubi. I know it's Hawaiian, but I went to a Japanese cultural festival once where they were serving it, and I was like, I'm going to have some spam musubi. And then like a minute later, Kate was like, I feel like I'm going to pass out. So then we left. And it's haunted me ever since. You could make it? Yeah, but like listen. Sushi is one of those foods, and I get musubi is not quite the same thing. I'm not making sushi at home. I see people on Twitter, and I know how this sounds. This sounds really bad, especially if you're proud of the sushi you made at home. Like, I've seen the photos, and I'm like, it looks okay, but I bet it tastes fucking bad. Like, if the rice just came straight out of the fucking rice cooker, that glutinous, sort of like rice where it's all sticking together, and then you added like a little rice wine vinegar to it or something like that, and then you slice some salmon and put it on. I bet that shit tastes like not that good. Makes a great photo for Instagram, but not a great photo, or not great in your tummy, in my opinion. -2. I bet your home. I'm sorry to tell you this. I bet your homemade sushi is not that good. You might say that's insane because you've eaten it and I haven't. But also, I need to know, I don't need to know where you live, but I need to know like your zip code. Because if you're telling me that your homemade sushi is amazing and you live in Des Moines, I'm going to be skeptical. Okay? If they live in Pittsburgh, I'm going to be a little skeptical. Now listen, if you were from Pittsburgh and you were like, here's my top 10 restaurants that put French fries on the sandwich, not only would I take your opinion seriously, I would take it more seriously than mine. And I would probably go to number 1 on the list unless it was too busy, in which case I would go to like number 2 or 3. I wouldn't, and similarly, if I was in Des Moines, I don't know what Idaho's famous for. I'm going to guess that it's beef because it's in the Midwest. If I went to Iowa and someone was like, you got to try this $3 ribeye at the grocery store, then I would be like, dude, I'm all in. I bet you have a smoker outside of your house. I bet you have a charcoal barbecue. I bet you got everything. Hey, Emu212, thanks for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you. In a 3-story house for under $400,000. So true. Please look up Idaho New Year's potato drop. Idaho New Year's potato drop. It has a 4.2 out of 5 on Google reviews. Super exciting, one of a kind way to ring in a brand new year. Ugly, cheesy, overhyped, and overpriced. This is a lot of opinions vary, I would say. VIP tickets. Oh my God. VIP tickets were supposed to include a large 40 by 100 tent with full crystal clear 360-degree view of the Idaho potato drop. There were 2 small tents, maybe 20 by 20 each. VIP tickets were to include a cocktail, but you had to stay inside the small, crowded tent to drink your beverage, if you could even get in. VIP tickets were oversold for the space provided. The event organizers replied to an email stating there was seating, food, drink, and entertainment for VIPs. I think a couple dozen bar stools for several hundred VIP tickets is completely ridiculous. The event was marketed as opening at 7 p.m., and we were there by 7:15 p.m. People from Idaho, when they're at an event where there's other people for the first time, this is like me just trying to find seating inside of like a damn Vancouver Chipotle. Just standing there eating out of a compostable bowl in the middle of the hall. Like, shit, there's no place to sit. I guess I'll just go eat this in my car. Well, welcome to going to events that other people also want to go to. We're only like a third of the way into this review, by the way. The event, okay, well, sorry. When I tried to question the organizer/founder, Dylan, he was rude and wouldn't answer a simple question on if there was any other seating available. I understand the permitting process can be a challenge and event production is stressful, but organizers should follow through with what they advertise or change what they promise to provide. My 1-star review could easily have been avoided had the organizers acknowledged the issues. A simple apology would have been enough. The event was poorly organized. But what is the potato drop? Did the potato not drop? I don't understand. 2020 1-star review. 2021 New Year's was very disappointing. No fireworks, no potato, no fun. Hopefully 2022 will be pandemic free. Response from owner. Please reconsider your 1-star rating to reflect the event has brought joy to people in downtown Boise for 8 years. Due to COVID-19 restrictions, the Idaho registered trademark symbol Potato Drop could not secure a permit to legally host this event in downtown Boise. We did provide a free live broadcast with fireworks, a snowboard competition, and the countdown at midnight with the Glow-tato. This was available to watch on KTVB Channel 7, KTVB.com, IdahoPotatoDrop.com, and Twitch. Idaho Potato Drop is a free and charitable event. Please take this time to revise your review. That is so good. 1-star review. I didn't go. Response from the owner. If you did not go, why would you give a 1-star review? Please consider removing your review or attending the event at least before you give it a 1-star rating. Thank you. Oh, man. Oh. Oh, man. This is crazy. Idaho Potato Drop. Love it. Great show. Better than the 4th of July, but damn, those coffee lines were long. And just had personal trouble with people in the crowds trying to steal. Better than the 4th of July. That is a great compliment. Thank you. 5-star review. Family-friendly event with a lot of restaurants nearby to kill time before the potato drop. What the hell is it? Everyone's talking about the potato drop like it's self-describing. Is it like they dropped the ball on New Year's Eve, but instead of a ball, it's a big potato? That's exactly what it is. Okay, maybe it is self-describing. I just like the reviews, man. Idaho drops a giant winged potato on New Year's Eve. They got an official Twitter account. The 10th annual world-famous Idaho Potato Drop, Idaho's signature holiday event. Hold on, Twitter doesn't load videos anymore, so I can't share this.
In Idaho, we talked about yesterday. This I got to see. It's got wings.
It's got wings. Anyway, well, that's cool. I apologize for all the insulting things I said about Idaho. Let me see if my wife is ready to stream. Hello. Are you ready to stream? And while we wait, someone said, please check out the reviews for Bude Tunnel. Okay? I'll take a look. In the UK, a tourist attraction in Bude, England. It's got a 4.8. That's incredible. Not sure why people rave about this. It's next to a supermarket and is a means to an end. Shortest way to gain entry to said supermarket, and your will be dry on a rainy day. Looks like a trolley shelter to me. Visited for the first time today. Now have a GF. Don't go here. Don't waste your time. Was basically like walking through a greenhouse and way too expensive at 20 quid. I think he's talking about the grocery store. It's a perspex shield for shoppers in the rain. Utilitarian at best. Don't waste your time on a visit. Hung up on me when I tried to book. Oh, dude. That is great. Ugly. 1-star, 1-star, 1-star. Free parking for 90 minutes. Please do not visit if you are not intentionally traveling to Bude. It is just a small tunnel next to Sainsbury's. So waste of time unless you want free parking. There wasn't much to see, but the tunnel is one of the only places in Bude with fast and free Wi-Fi. Okay, how about highest? After a week of dramatic, windswept coastal walks and superb beach adventures, we didn't think our adrenaline glands had anything left in them, but thank goodness they did, as the Bude Tunnel has your heart racing from entrance to exit. Brace yourself for a roller coaster of emotions. And don't be afraid to take a pause halfway through just to gather and recalibrate your senses. Thoroughly recommend to the emotionally hardy, but the more fragile traveler should consider the longer-term effects of such an assault on the senses. A truly life-changing experience. We drove 5.5 hours from Surrey down narrow country lanes for this beautiful architectural masterpiece. Confucius once said, roads are made for journeys, not destinations, and this stunning spectacle epitomizes all the meaning behind his words. The architectural wonders and its natural beauty from a breathtaking array of polished perspex panels. Confucius also probably said, Bude Tunnel is lit. An absolute marvel of modern architecture. I flew from Australia all the way to UK to see this tunnel, and I was not disappointed. I have a child due in 4 months. I will be naming her Bude after this tunnel. These are jokes, right? Visited yesterday after a day exploring Bude. I didn't bother uploading pictures because they just didn't do the tunnel justice. It's so good. Slurp. This is incredible. Please look up Ikeston NatWest ATM hole next. Ikeston NatWest ATM hole. It's got a 4.7. This must have been one of the best. A lot of similar faces here. As an American watching the slow descent of my country into fascism, I often struggle to find the meaning or purpose in my life daily, but that was until I learned about the NatWest hole in the wall. Its circular figure reminded me that just as the pendulum of a grandfather clock swings to and fro, or perhaps the Ouroboros, the snake eating its own tail, it was then that I realized the cyclical nature of progress, that during times of great oppression follows periods of sustained progress where we learn from our mistakes. I don't know. I'm out. Respect to NatWest hole in the wall. YOLO bath salts. Incredible. What? I don't even know what this means. Is this okay to say? Incredible. Got our lass up the Swanee here, coming back in 9 months with a paddling pool of holy water to have the young'un christened. What the fuck does that mean? It's... I think I know what it means, but I don't know what any of the words mean. I know what he's saying, but I don't know what the fuck he said. Anyway, I hear Kate talking in the other room. I'll send you over there. Enjoy the rest of your evening. And I will see you tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow. Later.